Chapter 541. Looking at Kuchan, who was captured in the distance, and then looking outside the door at the kind-faced Lucien. Yu Hong knew very well that the other party was just being polite on the surface but was actually resorting to coercion and inducement. If the other party had treated him kindly, he might have been willing to help with the repair, but now using threats, the other party was mistaken. The current situation is, if I call my master, will he be able to handle the opponent? After all, a level 9 arcane master, how strong can they be? No one knows. Moreover, the other party consists of 4 people and likely has the assistance of the Floating City's arcane mage tower array. The risk is very high. Yu Hong measured the situation for a few seconds before nodding decisively. All right, I agree to fix whatever it is you need. Great. Then come out, and I'll take you there, Lucien said with a smile. Why not have the item that needs repair sent in here?
Yu Hong countered.
It seems you still don't trust me. Lucien looked around. Are you waiting for your backup to rescue you? It's useless. This place is adjacent to the Floating City, where my mana can be amplified several times. No matter who comes, the result will be the same. He saw the Taoist robe of Qinghe Mountain on Yu Hong but didn't mind. Qinghe Mountain had already been an extinct superancient force billions of years ago. Not to mention Qinghe Mountain, even other similar superancient forces had entered ruins and found leftover artifacts. From the memories left by Kuchan during the assessment, the little guy in front of him indeed had some power behind him, capable of killing Margaret, which was not bad. But if they could repair the artifact they obtained, the power of the 4 of them would be greatly enhanced. Of course, I trust the senior's words, but this repair requires precious materials and resources, and I need to see the item to estimate accurately, Yu Hong quickly said. Of course, since you don't want to come out, I'll just take this little thing along with you. Lucien's smile remained unchanged as his magic wand made a slight gesture in the air. Hissing, a circle of transparent ripples bloomed from under his feet, encompassing the entire safe house. Level 8 Arcane. Space Shift. Activate. A mechanical voice from an intelligent spirit sounded beside him. Please specify the target location. The target location is the Philip Meteorite Belt, Lucien replied. In an instant, silver-white runes appeared around the safe house. Bright symbols emerged into the air, slightly rotating, forming a huge array around the safe house. The space blockade was quickly lifted, and a new spatial teleportation began to brew. Poof! Just then, the safe house where Yu Hong was located trembled and suddenly disappeared from its original position. Lucien wasn't angry but smiled instead. It's useless. I've already set up space-time markers around you, and no matter how you hide, the markers will send your location back to me. You can't escape or dodge. He tapped the magic wand again. Another circle of silver ripples spread from the tip of the wand, quickly covering the position of the safe house. In the next second, the safe house trembled, forcibly brought out from its isolation state. But what surprised Lucien was that the inside of the safe house was quiet, with seemingly no one there. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned to look at the ship he was on. Interesting. He smiled again. On the ship, Kuchan, who had been bound, was now liberated from the restraints. Yu Hong had somehow passed through the ship's protective array, appearing inside to rescue him. The two stood side by side, their bodies quickly fading, clearly in the process of teleporting away. No mana fluctuations, no energy waves, just a natural twist and flicker of spacetime. Golden sands swiftly rotated in Lucien's eyes as he quickly determined the type of ability Yu Hong was using. It seems there's yet another reason to keep you around. He raised his magic wand high, and for the first time began to chant a spell. Low, strange syllables drifted from his mouth. In the next moment, Yu Hong and Kuchan, who had already begun teleporting, were forcibly pulled back, their bodies quickly becoming solid again. The eye of transmission was interrupted. Yu Hong felt a jolt but remained calm. The opponent was a level 9 Great Arcanist, and any degree of counterattack was to be expected. The eye of transmission's surprise flicker, saving someone, was the best plan he could come up with. When he first used the eye of transmission, He had directly teleported into Wanchua Palace's array, prompting his master to appear and warn him, fearing the array's counterattack. Just now, he decisively used this trait to try and save someone, but unfortunately, he failed. Standing on the ship, Yu Hong held Ku Chan's hand, looked at Lu Xian. "Didn't you say you have backup?" Yu Hong asked Ku Chan in a low voice. "The backup went to the front lines to collect materials. My master can't hold him off."
Ku Han smiled dryly.
"So, your side can't be relied on?" Yu Hong was speechless. "Not entirely. If you can escape, just go. Don't worry about me. I'll only be caught for a while, with my master's faction involved. I'll soon be released. But it's different for you."
Ku Han transmitted privately.
"It's too late to run."
Yuong Siged.
Ku Chan was stunned, about to say something. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared beside them, and Lu Xian teleported back, returning to the bow of the ship. "This works as well. Saves me from having to open the array for you to board the ship. Let's go. I'll show you the artifact I need you to repair." He smiled. "Don't worry. We're only asking you to repair a small component of the artifact. We've handled the rest ourselves, except for this component. Can I ask, if I can't fix it, what will you do with me?" Yu Hong asked softly. "I believe in your ability. If you can't fix it, it only means you haven't had enough time. As long as we give you enough time, you'll surely succeed." Lu Xian responded with a smile. Yu Hong fell silent. The other party had made up their mind. If he couldn't fix it, they wouldn't let him leave. "Senior, I want to remind you, if I can't return to the Savior's ship for a period of time, it might cause some unnecessary trouble and chain reactions," Yu Hong said solemnly. Actually, after confirming that the other party didn't intend to harm him, he wasn't as worried as before. Upon further confirmation that there would be no danger from Ku Chan's side, he quickly calmed down. Regarding Lu Xian, the other party had been relatively restrained and hadn't attacked him. So he spoke up to remind him. "Trouble? You mean Senior Agrius?" Lu Xian chuckled. "That one has been missing for goodness knows how many years. No need to worry. And even if it appears this very moment, the arcane techniques it masters are no match for our current iterative system. If it weren't for bearing the title of Star God, Senior Agrius' strength would have long been relegated to the lowest tier." He spoke casually, tapping his magic wand. The teleportation spell activated once again. The intelligent spirit emitted a programmed beep. Golden light surrounded the entire ship, began to flicker, and entered teleportation state. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Thud. The halo faded and disappeared. Lu Xian was taken aback and tapped his wand again. The faint golden halo reappeared, and the entire ship entered teleportation state once more. Soon after 3 seconds. Thud. Another muffled sound. The ship stopped again, motionless. Unwilling to give up, Lu Xian triggered the golden halo once more. Thud. This time, not even 3 seconds had passed before it extinguished as soon as it lit up. Huff. Lu Xian's eyes sharpened. He quickly released his perception. With a sudden shout, he spun around, looking behind. There, behind the ship in the dark space, a massive black lizard, several stories high, had appeared out of nowhere. The enormous blood-red eyes of the lizard gazed at him calmly, lofty, yet without a hint of condescension. One of the lizard's claws was gripping the ship's rear, forcibly interrupting the teleportation state. Evidently, the thudding noise just now was caused by the claw gripping the ship. Agrius, Senior. Lu Xian's body tensed, the smile on his face fading. "What did you just say?" Agrius, though having reduced its size countless times, was still much larger than the ship. "I couldn't hear clearly. Could you repeat that?" Lu Xian's expression grew serious, his golden eyes narrowing as he stared at Agrius. In his peripheral vision, he saw Yu Hong taking Ku Chan and quietly flying away. He wanted to stop them, but Agrius's presence completely restrained his mana, leaving him no strength to handle anything else. Why ask when you already know the answer? Compared to us newcomers, what do you have to be proud of besides your seniority? He tightened his grip on the wand, Layers of golden arrays unfolded around him, stacking continuously.
10 layers, 100 layers, 1,000 layers, 10,000 layers.
Countless runes wove into a dazzling golden armor, covering his entire body, exploding with the radiance of a sun. This is why I despise you overconfident newbies, Agrias sighed. Boom! In an instant, Agrias' figure flashed, and its black tail struck down on Lucien like a lightning bolt, the two vanishing from the original spot. Only the ship was left, floating in midair, losing its controller. It could only drift in place.
Yuong exhaled.
Let's go, while that guy's not back yet. Actually, he had already received Agrias's transmission of its imminent arrival. This was his key reason for daring to teleport out to attempt a rescue. Unfortunately, it still failed. The Eye of Transmission's ability was indeed strong, but the opponent's reaction was too quick. This time really is. Kuchan stretched his arm released by Yu Hong and smiled wryly. As the two were about to leave, suddenly a flash of golden light appeared before them. Lucien had actually teleported back again. Without a word, he pointed his wand at the two of them. His face was now haggard, one eye swollen like a panda, pale-faced, and both arms covered in various sizes of bloody wounds. His right leg was limping, blood dripping down his robe. Clearly, in the few seconds after being taken away by Agrias, he had suffered an unimaginably terrible beating. Chapter 542. Go! Lucien gave a low shout. In a flash of golden light, the three figures instantly vanished from their original spot. Roar! Soon after, outside the boat, a gigantic black lizard, tens of times larger than the boat, flashed into view, its blood-red eyes glaring, and one claw thunderously smashed into the boat. Boom! The boat exploded on the spot, turning into white fireballs along with the nearby winged people, shooting out in all directions. Clearly, it was a step too late. It seems my arcane system really needs an update. Agrias's voice was low, with a faint hint of anger. He wasn't too worried about Yu Hong's safety, because several light hours away from the boat, somewhere in space, a black-haired Taoist dressed in a snow-white Taoist robe was holding a white long sword, quietly watching Lucien and his companions who had just teleported over. Compared to the estimated time, you are 0.7 seconds late, Yushuezi said calmly, raising his wrist to check his watch. Lucien's eyes widened, the golden eyes of his future vision instantly contracting to 2 golden points, staring intently at the Taoist in the white robe before him. He had just completely failed to notice someone here. How is that possible? His future vision is the highest level solidified spell in the entire floating city. Even other floating cities have only imitations of its first layer, and only he, due to his innate racial talent, further cultivated and strengthened to reach this level. But now, Lucien didn't know why, but the moment he saw the man in the white robe before him, his heart pounded violently like a war drum, oppressive and stifling. What is the meaning of stopping us? He suppressed his discomfort, speaking in a heavy tone. You are taking my disciple to repair something for you. What do you think I am stopping you for? Yushuezi replied coldly. Lucien's body trembled, instantly thinking of the always calm Yu Hong. He glanced at Kuchan and found that this guy was as shocked as he was. Then his gaze fell on Yu Hong. As expected, at this moment, Yu Hong had a calm expression, stepped forward a few paces, and bowed respectfully to the white-robed man opposite. Zheng Ro greets master. You were quite fast. Barely left the door and you triggered the mark I gave you. Is the outside really this dangerous now? Yushuezi looked at Lucien and asked doubtfully. Not necessarily. It was just a coincidence. Yu Hong said helplessly. He had just arrived here and was soon discovered by Lu Zion with his future vision, and then was intercepted in space midway. This trouble was caused by him? Yushuezi glanced at Lucien and asked. Indeed. Yu Hong wanted to explain in detail, but the next moment, buzz, golden light burst from the armor on Lucien's body, innumerable golden serpents emanating and converging in front of him, forming a 3-meter-long golden spear. The tip of the spear faintly twisted and pierced through layers of space. The aura from various spaces entwined around the spear's shaft. Level 9 Arcane, Creation Spear. As soon as the intelligent spirit's voice sounded, the spear trembled all over, a silver-white serpent coiling around its body. The serpent's red eyes lit up with a glow. "Go!" Lu Xian shouted. Swoosh! The creation spear suddenly vanished. The next moment, it shot straight at Yu Shuezi, appearing and flashing at his forehead. The tip of the golden spear pulsated with an aura of destruction, fiercely piercing Yu Shuezi's forehead. Poof! Yu Shuezi's whole body seemed to be blown by a fierce wind, his Taoist robe flapping wildly. His originally handsome face now expanded rapidly, distorting, becoming hideously ferocious. Exaggerated black muscle lines emerged and grew all over his body. In an instant, his once thin figure inflated to a towering, terrifying, muscular figure over 10 meters tall. Hiss! His black hair moved without wind, as if alive, breaking free from the hair tie, flowing behind him like countless black serpents, writhing and entangling. The next moment, the golden spear at Yu Shuezi's forehead cracked all over. Shatter. The golden spear shattered. Countless golden fragments scattered like raindrops, and at the moment of shattering, Yu Shuezi appeared before Lu Xian, his right hand immediately grasping Lu Xian's neck. Hiss! Countless semi-transparent gray vitality surged out of Lu Xian's body. Ah! He shimmered all over with golden light, trying to struggle, but all the golden light was forcibly suppressed by an invisible force field, unable to extend more than half a meter from his body. It's been so long since I've absorbed such pure human vitality. Ah! Yu Shuezi tilted his head back in pleasure, exhaling a long breath of dark air. Zheng Ro, remember, as a disciple of Qinghe Mountain, anyone who dares to strike at us is a demon. Transforming the vitality of demons into our own combat strength is the true intent behind the founding patriarch's creation of our sect's magic skills. We fight against the star disaster to purify it, and we must also shoulder the heavy responsibility of purifying the internal demons. Yu Shuezi opened his mouth full of sharp black teeth, revealing a terrifyingly twisted, gentle smile. Yes! Yu Hong felt a chill all over his body. Although Yu Shuezi did not target him, the naturally emitted terrifying radiation field still made his heart stiff, as if he were in a quagmire, making it difficult to think or move. He had seen large opponents before and had never felt fear in battle. But the abnormal state of his body and consciousness at this moment made him realize that this was clearly the result of his master's naturally released substantial force field. He watched as Lu Xian's body rapidly thin in his master's grip, seeing the vitality drain from him. Yu Hong was about to speak out in persuasion. "You? What are you?" Lu Xian struggled, clutching the thick arm around his neck with all his strength. Scattered golden mana flickered continuously on his body, but it couldn't shake the arm's terrifying grip. No need to kill him? Yu Shuezi seemed to understand Yu Hong's thoughts. He slowly released his grip, allowing Lu Xian to float weakly away. It's unnecessary. This person didn't intend to harm the disciples initially.
Yuhong replié.
He wasn't one for unnecessary killing. Despite Lu Xian's reckless and rude behavior, he hadn't actually caused harm. Very well. My mark can only bring me out this once. Clean up the aftermath and return quickly. Yu Shuezi nodded and cast one last look at Lu Xian. Regardless, you forced me to activate the mark and come out, so it won't be a wasted trip. Swish! With a flick of his fingers like a sword, Yu Shuezi severed Lu Xian's right arm and held it in his hand. Consider this the interest. Silently, Lu Xian's arm in Yu Shuezi's hand quickly turned into gray vitality smoke, which he completely absorbed through his nose, dissipating entirely. Return soon. Yu Shuezi left one final remark. His figure instantly contracted into a point, and in a flash he vanished completely. Only after he had completely left did Ku Chan dare to slowly relax his tense state. He was drenched in sweat and his face was pale, clearly also frightened by Yushuezi just now. Don't tell me that was the teacher you later apprenticed to. Ku Chan, calming himself, looked at Yu Hong with incredulous eyes. Teacher is usually not like this. Yu Hong momentarily fell silent and then offered a bitter smile in explanation. He's a very gentle and caring, enlightened master. Gentle. Ku Chan turned his head to look at Lu Xian, who was still groaning in pain. Lu Xian had lost too much vitality. His skin now shriveled, his mana flickering, his face twisted, and he had lost an arm. If not for the mysterious power within his magic wand struggling to sustain his life, even the vacuum environment of space outside could have easily crushed him. Someone's coming. Yu Hong suddenly received a message from Agrius. You need to leave. It's best to avoid coming to Floating City again. Boss, how are things on your side? Yu Hong asked. Fine. Is that senior still around? Agrius asked cautiously. He's gone. Yu Hong could hear the caution in Agrius's voice. Clearly, the gap between Agrius and Master Yushuezi was significant. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so wary. That's good. Agrius visibly breathed a sigh of relief. I don't care what relationship you have with that person, but here's a piece of advice. Try to keep that one from leaving Phoenix Eye. Why?
Yuon froned.
Qinghe Mountain. That person was also wearing a Qinghe Mountain Taoist robe. Clearly, he's a remnant master from the previous era. The faction's composition is extremely complex. But regardless of the era, Qinghe Mountain has never had a good reputation. All historians refer to the era of Qinghe Mountain as the Dark Star period. You can have your companions look into the specifics, but that's all you need to know. Qinghe Mountain has never been well regarded in its time or in any era since. Yu Hong wanted to argue, but recalling his master Yushuezi's behavior just now, he fell silent. At this moment, Ku Chan had already cast a spell to stop Lu Xian's bleeding, temporarily protecting him and awaiting further rescue. You should go. I've informed the higher-ups in Floating City. They'll be here soon, Ku Chan said in a low voice. Yu Hong nodded and was about to teleport away, but then he saw Lu Xian, still in pain. Wait, I was coerced by this guy. Leaving just like that wouldn't be fair. He looked at Ku Chan. The latter looked back, confused. Don't worry, I'm just going to exchange something with him. A slight smile appeared on Yu Hong's face. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 10 minutes later, in the black spirit, outside the window, wind disaster color lines swirled fiercely. Yu Hong sat inside the cultivation room, examining a pair of golden eyeballs in his hand, a satisfied smile on his face. Before leaving, he had exchanged his enhanced pair of outer eyes with Lu Xian's eyes. 2 eyes, that's all. He believed the other party wouldn't mind such a small loss. After all, he had saved the other's life from his master's hand. Not robbed him outright, just traded. Putting on the purple extreme crown, Yu Hong activated the Chaotic God Heavenly Eye skill to absorb the pupil power from the golden eyes. This outing had been free of real danger, starting with Agrius secretly communicating with him. The only unexpected moment was the instant when Master Yushuezi truly unleashed his power. In that state, was he truly in the immortal realm of the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique? Yu Hong became lost in thought. Chapter 543. In the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique, it seems there is no mention of such physical transformations. This is a fundamental cultivation technique meant to enhance energy levels. If offensive and defensive techniques are needed, one must cultivate other techniques additionally. Perhaps the teacher just happened to cultivate a transforming attack secret technique. Yu Hong, wearing the purple extreme crown, found a reason for himself in his mind. Threads of pupil power were transmitted from the purple extreme crown. However, the transmission speed was extremely slow. Perhaps it was due to the energy level difference. Yu Hong clearly understood the vast gap between his level and that of Lu Xian. Being able to absorb the pupil power was already quite fortunate. He didn't mind, calmed his emotions, and entered the state of cultivation. Under his control, The safe house flew towards the mining star and soon disappeared into the vast wind disaster color lines. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye several months had passed. At the top of a snow-covered mountain on the mining star, the cold wind howled, misty clouds spread around, obscuring the distant view. Yu Hong sat cross-legged alone at the mountaintop, his entire body emitting a faint white light. At the same time, a semi-transparent giant tiger's phantom enveloped him, forming a shield. Not sure how much time had elapsed, the white light around his body quickly turned into points of light, converging at his forehead to form a white mark resembling a three-pronged trident, which was then imprinted deeper. The white light disappeared. Yu Hong's entire body emitted the crackling sound of bones. Suddenly, a black line flowed from the black mark on his hand, entered his forehead, and then flowed back to the black mark after a second. Soon, a new prompt silently entered Yu Hong's mind. Aptitude enhancement has reached a qualitative change. You have acquired a trait, innate body. Innate body cultivation techniques are more advanced than ordinary people, much faster. The meridians and acupoints are naturally unobstructed, achieving complete access. It has a special effect of breaking through bottlenecks without the need to clear meridians or acupoints. As expected, Yu Hong couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth in a smile. Since obtaining Lu Xian's golden eye, he had diligently absorbed it every day, together with the enhancement of his outer eye, which in turn improved his entire body's enhancement. The chaotic God Sky Eye skill sent power into the outer eye, then returned it to circulate throughout the body, transforming his entire physique. This cycle, over the past few months, had remodeled his body into a higher aptitude. Although the foundations of this technique were far inferior to the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique, it had a natural and wonderful effect on feedback and transformation. I anticipated another enhancement in aptitude, but I didn't expect to gain an extra trait. It works out well, as the traits have reached 10 again, and I can continue to fuse them. Last time, the effect of the chaotic God Sky Eye skill combined with the Eye of Destruction failed to achieve anything significant, leading Yu Hong to gradually have a poor impression of this trump card. Since obtaining this trump card, he had never used it to decisively end a battle. After contemplating for a moment, he stood up and used instantaneous movement, appearing in his safe house the next moment. He sat down cross-legged again. Yu Hong closed his eyes and entered his mind. The offensive techniques are still very lacking. Steel Fist and Fierce Tiger type are almost useless when sparring with experts. The opponents would never wait for me to get into position, and most of the time the battles are over in the blink of an eye. So, let's merge these two first. Anyway, I'm about to acquire 3 more traits from the Mortal Martial Arts techniques. The 3 higher-tier Mortal Martial Arts techniques he chose afterward were nearing perfection under the automatic cultivation of the Tao Breath Thunder Transfer. Although Tao Breath Thunder Transfer has only 80% of the regular cultivation speed, the accumulation over time has brought it near perfection. Plus, his own aptitude was continuously improved and enhanced. This speed was also considered normal. Instantly, Yu Hong, in his mind space, reached out and merged the light spheres of Steel Fist and Fierce Tiger type. Poof! The 2 light spheres quickly merged into a silver-tinged light cluster. At the same time, the black mark countdown appeared. 11 hours and 24 minutes. Not too long, fortunately. Yu Hong nodded in satisfaction, exiting his mind space. Sitting cross-legged in the safe house, he exhaled and stood up. The Eye of Transmission activated instantly. Whoosh! In the next moment, a dense forest appeared before him. A few meters away was the well cover leading to the safe point within the life well. Yu Hong opened the well cover, formed a seal with one hand, and pointed forward. Immediately, countless green branches swiftly surged out from the well, weaving into a light green tunnel entrance. Yu Hong walked into it calmly. Entering the tunnel, his vision blurred, and the front suddenly opened up. A patch of grass 2 stories high appeared before his eyes, with a few white flowers the size of a bathtub swaying gently in the wind. His senior sister, Hei Ying, was holding a gigantic black pair of scissors taller than 2 people, trimming the shape of one of the white flowers. Seeing Yu Hong emerge from the tunnel, she waved at him from a distance and continued trimming the petal of the flower. Why is senior sister gathering flower petals again today? Didn't you just collect some the day before yesterday? Yu Hong walked out of the tunnel proficiently and found his own gray cushion on the vacant land, sitting cross-legged. The small clearing, surrounded by green vines, formed an open area roughly the size of a basketball court. Several cushions were placed around, which belonged to Yu Hong, Quan He, and He Ying. Originally, He Ying didn't need the vitality from this place early on, but she recently claimed she needed to gather flower petals and often returned to trim materials, seemingly for alchemy practice. Don't mention it, yesterday's batch was a failure. He Ying's face showed a look of deep regret. This time, I'll gather more to avoid the trouble of coming back and forth frequently. What kind of pill is senior sister refining? Can you tell me? Yu Hong began to cultivate and absorb the surrounding vitality, asking casually. It's the lubrication pill. Some mechanical parts in my and senior brother's bodies need to take one every now and then to ensure smooth functioning. Otherwise, both cultivation and daily life would be affected. He Ying explained openly. Yu Hong understood immediately. Glancing at He Ying standing on the grass, his senior sister was wearing a black dress, and standing in the high place, she revealed a pair of long, white legs, seemingly wearing nothing underneath. This angle is somewhat impolite at a glance. Yu Hong immediately averted his gaze. By the way, senior sister, do you remember if there were any special signs when you were about to break through to core formation? He changed the topic and asked. Signs? It's like all your spirit and power merge into the Dantian. Then there's this, forgetting yourself, forgetting everything, your heart feels empty and uncertain, and you have only one thought, and that is core formation. He Ying was speaking when suddenly she felt a trace of golden light shining from below. She put down the scissors and looked down. There, she saw that Yu Hong, the junior brother who was just talking to her, now had a peaceful expression, eyes closed, and his entire skin seemed to be made of gold, emitting a faint golden glow. Upon closer inspection, He Ying found that the golden glow was all emanating from Yu Hong's abdomen. There, a golden sun-like particle was slowly rotating, surrounded by countless rune chains gently turning. This, He Ying was stunned. She put down the scissors and leaped down, just landing a few meters in front of Yu Hong. She bent down to carefully observe her junior brother. She waved her hand in front of his face. No reaction. No way. He Ying swallowed. This seems to be core formation. 5 months. It's only been 5 months. Junior brother has been in the foundation establishment stage for less than half a year, and now he's about to form a core. He Ying's mind buzzed, and she felt a bit numb in an instant. She stood there, staring intently at Yu Hong, just to see if he could successfully form a core. Back then, it took her 10 years to arduously become a golden core cultivator, and now, junior brother has taken less than half a year. Is there any justice in this world? He Ying's face twisted a bit, wishing she were the one meditating and forming a core right now instead of Yu Hong. She had been stuck in the nascent soul late stage for countless years, and the path to divinity transformation seemed indefinitely far. And judging by Yu Hong's speed, wouldn't he catch up to her millennia of arduous cultivation within a century? Upon thinking this, an evil fire surged in He Ying's heart. She took several deep breaths, barely suppressing the jealousy welling up inside her, then looked down again. Swoosh! 2 pairs of eyes instantly fell on her. Master Yu Shuezi and senior brother Bai Shang. She didn't know when they had arrived around them. Their expressions were serious, staring at He Ying. Stay away from him. You are too close. It might interfere with your junior brother's breakthrough, Yu Shuezi said in a deep voice. He Ying glanced at Yu Hong 5 meters away, her face twisted. This is called close? She could only retreat more than 10 meters. Master, she said reluctantly. Silence. Your junior brother is in a breakthrough. Can you be considerate and not speak? Yu Shuezi raised his hand and said displeasedly. Right, it should be quiet. Bai Sheng nodded repeatedly from the side. You shut up too. Yu Shuezi slapped Bai Sheng on the head. Is your voice that loud? Don't you have any awareness? At this moment, the usually calm Yu Shuezi had a trace of nervousness in his eyes. Less than half a year. Yu Hong actually started forming a core. Judging from his external condition, he seemed to be doing quite well. Yu Shuezi had heard about the cultivation speed of immortal seeds, and now Yu Hong's cultivation speed was exactly the same as those top immortal seeds contested by major powers. For a moment, the three of them surrounded Yu Hong in silent immobility, waiting for the core formation to be complete. A large amount of vitality mist condensed and rapidly gathered around Yu Hong. Before long, countless vitality gradually coalesced into a ball, enveloping Yu Hong. As time passed, the golden light on Yu Hong's body became increasingly bright and dazzling. For stages must be passed from foundation establishment to core formation. Yu Shuezi watched Yu Hong intently, speaking through voice transmission. If everything goes smoothly, we should see results within 3 days. Junior brother is now in the stage of condensing Dan Qi. Are the steps master mentioned the 4 final ones: amalgamation, molding pattern, binding thought, and fusion rotation. Bai Sheng sent a voice transmission, speaking solemnly. Correct. Passing the amalgamation stage requires gathering all one's energy together. The more types and quantities of energy cultivated, the harder it is to merge everything. Your junior brother happens to fall into this category, with various types of energy within him that need time to fully integrate, possibly needing to discard some. Poof! Before the words were finished, a light sound came from Yu Hong. The inner strength from the chaotic God Sky Eye skill and other mortal martial inner power within him, all at that moment, transformed into differently colored light spheres. All the light spheres were seamlessly controlled and merged into the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao method true essence in his Dantian. The different powers originally would clash and resist when pressed to merge. But now, under the coordination of Yu Hong's innate body, all powers were completely absorbed by the true essence, obediently becoming tiny points that fully integrated into the golden true essence and disappeared. Master, he has passed the amalgamation stage. Bai Sheng couldn't help but send a voice transmission. Chapter 544. Yu Shuezi fell silent, watching as golden true Yuan within Yu Hong's Dantian began to merge, compressing into a walnut-sized golden core. Looks like he has quite the luck. Next up is molding pattern. This stage determines whether the golden core can stabilize its form, and it's very difficult. The vertical patterns need to be maintained in a single-minded state while appearing on the not fully formed golden core surface to prevent it from expanding and exploding. This is a true test of one's basic skills, as this step relies solely on the cultivation technique's natural autopilot to erode different vertical patterns onto the golden core. Poof! Master, junior brother is starting the binding thought. Bai Sheng couldn't help but remind. Yu Shuezi hadn't finished speaking and got choked up, quickly taking another look. Indeed, Yu Hong had already passed the molding pattern stage in less than 3 seconds. He was now entering the next step, binding thought. Yu Shuezi was silent for a few seconds before speaking again. Binding thought. Binding thought requires gathering all subconscious distractions. This stage is not easy, as the subconscious cannot be controlled by people. Thus, this step must. Ding! Master, junior brother has finished. Bai Sheng interrupted again. Yu Shuezi's face froze for a moment before looking closely again. He saw Yu Hong opening his eyes, golden light shining from his body, as a golden core slowly emerged from his mouth, spinning and releasing rays of multicolored light. Yu Shuezi was dumbfounded, speechless. Watching Yu Hong, he reminisced about the arduous 100-year journey of his own core formation. An indescribable pang surged in his heart, causing his eyes to mist slightly. Master, disciple has lived up to expectations. I have passed all trials, achieving core formation. Yu Hong stepped forward, clasping his fists and bowing, a smile on his face. Master, why are you? Seeing Yu Shuezi's misty eyes, Yu Hong was somewhat puzzled. just got overly emotional. Yushuezi paused, shaking his head with a long sigh. A mix of joy and helpless sorrow surged within him. He could finally understand why many cultivators from the same generation as the immortal seed ended up obscure. Anyone seeing this terrifying speed of achieving core formation in half a year would think themselves worthless. Years of hard cultivation, and the other party catches up in half a year. This huge gap, even the strongest-hearted person would feel immense defeat. Good, very good.
Yux usi patediu onges shoulder.
Luckily, this is my disciple. At this moment, an immense sense of relief filled his heart. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. True Wanshua Palace. Amidst the ruins, the emaciated Feng Shuezi quietly watched the silver water mirror technique in front of him, showing the scene of Yushuezi and Yuhong. Core formation in half a year. Feng Shuezi murmured. How long did it take you back then? The corrupt traveler appeared beside him, asking with a strange laugh. 2 years. Feng Shuezi fell silent before giving his answer. Another Quan He is at mid-stage foundation establishment. Not bad, very good. Though not as good as Yuhong, still promising for immortality. The corrupt traveler remarked with a smile. Perhaps he really has a chance. Feng Shuezi said solemnly. How's the situation outside? Can it be held off? The corrupt traveler changed the topic and asked. Not bad. Here is just a small breach. The space-time rift is minor, and the pressure is low. The previous purification by the purification furnace somewhat agitated them. Feng Shuezi replied coldly. The black disaster forces near us mainly involve the Heavenly Sun sect and the Holy Tower. Be cautious of the Heavenly Sun sect's evil sun radiation. It's insidious, the corrupt traveler reminded. No need for your reminder. If not for worrying about the ensuing chaos monsters, I would have long dealt with these two forces. Feng Shuezi frowned. You didn't come just because Yuhong formed his core, did you? Why not? The corrupt traveler laughed. Though surprising, a golden core cultivator is insignificant in the current situation. Feng Shuezi responded. All right. Indeed you guessed right. I came for this. The corrupt traveler slowly extended his hand, revealing an apple-like fruit in his palm. Red sky fruit. Feng Shuezi's eyes instantly lit up with dazzling golden light. He lunged but caught nothing. A complete, newly restored red sky fruit, the corrupt traveler said in a low voice, laced with a bit of sentiment, a bit of relief, and some inexplicable complex nostalgia. It's him? Feng Shuezi instantly realized, rushing forward like mad, grabbing the corrupt traveler's collar. It's him, the traveler replied. Can't believe it. Feng Shuezi released his hold, his body trembling slightly. Let me see again. Let me see again. He urgently stretched his hand toward the corrupt traveler. This time, the corrupt traveler didn't refuse, gently placing the red sky fruit in Feng Shuezi's hand. Feng Shuezi cautiously brought it to his eyes, near his nose, inspecting every detail like a nearsighted person, examining every pattern and texture. It is, indeed, the fully intact red sky fruit. No damage. No damage at all. His body trembled, gazing up at the dark sky, letting out a silent long howl. It took him a good 10 minutes to calm his excited heart. He lowered his head and looked at the corrupt traveler. With the red sky fruit, we can use the mining star as the core to continuously convert all surrounding source disaster radiation into the vitality power we need. As long as we can withstand the counterattack of the source disaster, this will be the starting point of a brand new land of vitality. The key is, can you withstand it? The corrupt traveler retorted. Feng Shuezi immediately fell silent. This was indeed the crux of the matter. Back then, the Heavenly Venerates collaborated to create the red sky fruit. It's the only treasure that can completely convert all source disaster power into the cultivation power we need. But soon, news came that the Heavenly Venerates had disappeared. I don't believe that was an accident, the corrupt traveler continued. You're saying, The source disaster is intentionally designed. Feng Shuezi frowned. Those weak and insignificant rebel factions? Of course they can't manage that. Let alone the heavenly venerates. Even you and I are not something they can easily deal with. The corrupt traveler shook his head. But the appearance of the red sky fruit likely triggered the core resistance deep within the source disaster when used. Like a drop of water in boiling oil, the reaction would be extremely intense until the drop completely evaporated and disappeared. If what you say is true, then it's a hot potato. What use is it to repair? Feng Shuezi frowned. Of course it's useful, as long as we don't fully activate the red sky fruit, but only partially utilize its effects. We can stabilize this small area of Wanshua Palace. While waiting for Yu Hong and Quan He to grow up, we don't know how many treasures we'll have repaired by then. We can then use those to delve deeper into other star domains, searching for possible survivors. The corrupt traveler smiled. I used to think that apart from us, no one could survive this era. But Yu Hong's appearance made me realize that many things in this world are beyond our expectations. All right, I'll trust you once more. But I get to use the red sky fruit, Feng Shuezi said gravely. Agreed. The corrupt traveler smiled. Besides, the time rift that Yu Hong and the others came through is about to close. Should we notify them? Up to you. When he becomes strong enough, opening the time rift himself and returning to his own time won't be a problem, Feng Shuezi said casually. All right. With the red sky fruit, I can almost start rebuilding Wanshua Palace, completely isolating the pollution and radiation, and our disciples' conditions will be greatly extended. With the conversion reducing most of the stress, we can start repairing and reactivating the previous isolation and defensive arrays. For a moment, Feng Shuezi seemed to see the hope of rebuilding Wanshua Palace. Asterisk, 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 click, bang. The door of the safe house was opened and closed. Yu Hong walked in with a bunch of supplements given by his master, senior brothers, and sisters. At first glance, he saw Quan He sitting by the window, quietly looking outside. Why aren't you cultivating? Sitting here by yourself? He put the things down and walked to Quan He's side. Congratulations on breaking through to the Golden Core, becoming a Golden Core cultivator, and taking a huge step up, Quan He said with a smile, clasping her fists in congratulations. I don't have anything to give you, so I'll just offer my verbal congratulations. And congratulations to you for breaking through to mid-stage foundation establishment. Yu Hong replied with a smile. It's a pity that in Master's eyes, there's only you. My little mid-stage foundation establishment is nothing compared to the Golden Core, Quan He said. That's not true, Yu Hong smiled, extending his right hand and opening his palm. A black wooden ring inscribed with the character He appeared in his hand. This is a gift from the teachers for you. They couldn't find you earlier and guessed you were hiding here, so they asked me to bring it to you, Yu Hong explained with a smile. He tossed the ring over. Quan He quickly caught it and probed it with her spiritual power, her face freezing in shock. Inside were various cultivation resources, elixirs, and handwritten notes of insights she would need. Her expression softened slightly. I've just never experienced this feeling. Indeed, she had always been the one others looked up to, and now she had become the one looking up to Yu Hong. Yu Hong's speed was incredible. Half a year to Golden Core. No matter how hard Quan He secretly cultivated, she couldn't catch up. She had secretly checked records in the book collection pavilion, and such speed of half a year to core formation had only appeared in many top-tier immortal seeds. In other words, even among immortal seeds, those with ordinary qualifications were no match for Yu Hong. Actually, it's just the beginning that's fast. I can't quickly reach the higher realms. I was just quick at the start, Yu Hong reassured. Ha! You don't think I'll get depressed, do you? Quan He smiled. Glad to hear. By the way, after core formation, Master arranged for me a special task to temper my Dan Qi. For each of the Golden Core third levels, different special powers are needed to temper the Dan Qi and enhance its quality. So I won't be able to stay in one place for long, Yu Hong said. Are you going out? Quan He asked. Yes, and I need to take the black spirit with me, Yu Hong emphasized. Will I go too? Quan He asked tentatively. What do you think?
Yuong smiled.
So you're kicking me out? Quan He's face turned tearful. Senior, you're over 100 years old.
Yuong dealt a crushing blow.
This expression is suitable for young people, not for you. Ah, you brat, you're no fun at all. Quan He put her expression away, stood up, and clapped her hands. It's just as well my safe house is ready. I constructed it like yours, based on the Black Spirit 2 structure. I was planning to find time to tell you. Ha ha. Yu Hong didn't believe it. If he didn't bring it up, Quan He would probably stay until he reached Nascent Soul. He actually didn't really want to drive her away. After all, Quan He still looked like a woman in her early 20s. She had a curvaceous figure and a striking appearance, ranking among the top 3 of the women he knew. Living with such a woman, especially one so bold and hardy, was actually quite nice. But the main reason was, after repairing the red sky fruit, the corrupt traveler had returned a treasure he didn't want anyone to discover. So he had no choice but to ask Quan He to leave. Chapter 545. Quan He left early the next morning. When Yu Hong woke up from his meditation, many of the others' personal belongings had already been removed from the room. He quickly summoned Speedman to clean up a bit, then stocked up on fresh water and food. Although he could absorb moisture from the air and condense it into usable water, there were places where even the air might not be guaranteed. Therefore, preparations had to be made in advance. After tidying up, Yu Hong began to check the condition of the entire safe house. This time, he planned to restart his journey, continuing to let the savior ship take him to find new lands of vitality. He had already been staying on the mining star for a very long time. With the water instrument ball in hand, he could return at any time. Unlike before, when he returned for resupply, his safety base had changed from other places to the Mineral Star Wanchua Palace. After a busy half-day, everything was ready. Yu Hong finally headed to Wanchua Palace to bid farewell to his teacher and senior brothers and sisters. It seems you are about to leave. Yu Shuezi smiled at the respectful Yu Hong in front of him. Have you decided where to go? Yes, master. I now need special power to refine my Dan Qi and enhance the quality of my golden core. So, I plan to further explore the star disaster. Perhaps I can find suitable items. Yu Hong said earnestly. Going further, your current strength might encounter greater dangers, so be extremely careful. Yu Shuezi showed a hint of concern in his eyes. He was actually planning to suggest that Yu Hong find something within this space-time universe to refine his Dan Qi. But considering that the risks in the local universe's star domain were no less than those in the deeper parts of the star disaster, especially since the disappearance of the heavenly Venerate, all kinds of bizarre dangers were emerging in the depths of the universe. So letting the savior ship continue to go deeper into the star disaster was also a good choice. Your safe house's protection is extremely strong. I won't say much more since you understand, but there's one thing you must heed. If you encounter a discontinuity, absolutely do not leave the safe house. You must return immediately. The area where discontinuities occur is already relatively deep into the source disaster. It is close to the source disaster core zone. Any trivial trouble that appears could be completely beyond your ability to resist. Yu Shuezi said seriously. Disciple understands. Yu Hong nodded. All right, go then. As cultivators, if we always remain closed off in retreat, without experiencing the winds and rains, our future achievements will be limited, and we will not be able to withstand heart demons. This journey is a necessary part of our cultivation. Yu Shuezi said, feeling a bit reluctant at the thought that Yu Hong might encounter insurmountable dangers. But a cultivator cannot always remain in seclusion. After the golden core stage, the mind state is required. Flowers in a greenhouse definitely couldn't break through to the nascent soul stage. The training period is also when many immortal seeds are most likely to perish. So all he could do was to give as many safety tips as possible to Yu Hong and explain how to avoid potential dangers. Master, why worry? The top immortal seeds are nearly all peerless geniuses. Ordinary calamities only serve as their growth fodder, and their survival capabilities far exceed ordinary people's imaginations. Bai Shang, next to them, was not worried at all. Disciple once had the privilege of encountering one before arriving at the mining star. That genius immortal seed was ambushed and surrounded by opponents a whole realm above him. He managed to reverse the situation in absolute adversity, breaking through on the spot, his power surging exponentially. So, geniuses like Junior Brother, seeming ordinary on the surface, can indeed explode with unpredictable power when pushed to the limit. Yu Hong, he had no idea he was so impressive. Bai Sheng's words did ease Yu Shuezi's mind a bit, but looking at Yu Hong carefully, he felt that Yu Hong lacked the aura and presence of those peerless genius immortal seeds. Instead, he had the cautious and meticulous nature of an ordinary refugee, careful in everything. Seeing this, he felt even more worried. Sigh! He reached out and grabbed the water instrument ball from Yu Hong, holding it in his hand. Buzz! Layer upon layer of silver immortal power surged out, transforming into countless threads that converged and poured into the water instrument ball. The silver threads disappeared after a few seconds, condensing into a complex silver symbol. Using the same method, Yu Shuezi condensed 3 symbols in a row before handing the water instrument ball back to Yu Hong. There, these are 3 trump cards I've condensed for you. Each immortal talisman can, once activated, allow you to instantaneously move a short distance closer to the mining star. However, this movement is uncontrollable and cannot be accurately positioned. So you must use them sparingly and only as a last resort. Yu Hong took the water instrument ball, looking at the 3 immortal talismans on it and then at the somewhat tired-looking master, feeling slightly touched. Disciple obeys. He stepped back and bowed deeply. Actually, I hope you don't go too deep. You can find enough to refine your Dan Qi in the surrounding areas. But I also understand that geniuses always have unique thoughts. No matter how much I caution you, once you're out there, it's up to you to decide what to do. Yu Shuezi sighed. No, actually, Disciple is very afraid of death. Yu Hong quickly defended himself. He was not a natural-born genius but had grown and tempered himself bit by bit through acquired experiences, making him cautious about everything. If you are willing to listen, try not to go deeper into the star disaster. Maintain your current position. To determine if you've gone too deep, look at the immortal talismans. The deeper you go, the brighter they will glow. Yu Shuezi reminded. Yes, Disciple understands.
Yu Hong nodded.
Junior Brother, be extremely careful. On this journey, heed the advice carefully. Haiying also reminded from the side. Yes, I am very afraid of death. Rest assured.
Yu Hong smiled.
Finally, bowing deeply to them, he looked back and saw Quan He standing outside the palace gate, quietly watching. He smiled and waved at him. Shoo! In the next second, the eye of transmission activated, and the palace gate in front of him instantly transformed into the tables and chairs inside his safe house. Buzz! Inside the safe house, layers of protective arrays activated, isolating all means of transmission and instantaneous movement. This was a sealing array set up by Yu Hong and Quan He together, specifically targeting individuals like him who could move freely via instantaneous movement. Using himself as an experimental target, the sealing array had been tested repeatedly to effectively block instantaneous movement abilities. After activation, he could not move in and out freely. Soon, with a rumbling sound coming from the walls, the entire black spirit slowly lifted off from the surface of the mining star, gradually accelerating and flying towards space. Swish! Just as it left the atmosphere, the next moment, a large number of colorful threads suddenly appeared around the black spirit, and it re-entered the wind disaster, disappearing. At the moment the black spirit disappeared, a short figure with a huge tumor on its back suddenly appeared in mid-air nearby. Watching the previous location of the black spirit, it sighed and disappeared as well. Asterisk. 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 Countless colorful threads rapidly flowed outside the glass window. Yu Hong stood at the window, watching the scenery outside, allowing the black spirit to move on its own. The long unstarted journey was now restarted, making him feel somewhat uneasy. After all, the mining star he had previously reached was already a dangerous place he could not handle. If he went further in, he might enter an even more dangerous area than the mining star. Yu Hong was already prepared to return at any moment. He sat cross-legged in front of the window, cultivating while remaining vigilant about the outside situation. Time slowly passed. Not long after, the black spirit suddenly trembled slightly. It seemed to have plunged into a turbulent flow of strong compressive forces. The walls began to emit subtle cracking sounds from the impacts, and the entire safety house started to shake slightly. After about 10 minutes, the shaking completely stopped. Yu Hong breathed a sigh of relief, momentarily letting go of his anxiety, and resumed his cultivation. Until more than an hour later, the colorful threads outside gradually began to dim, and the black spirit suddenly jolted. Bang! The entire ship seemed to have broken through something. The colorful threads outside instantly turned into a dark black. Yu Hong quickly got up and walked to the window to look outside. He saw that it was pitch black outside, with the colorful thread entrance of the wind disaster like a colorful cave rapidly receding, becoming smaller, and turning into a blurry light spot. Have I left the wind disaster? Where am I now? He kept checking outside through the glass, but the surroundings were all pitch black, with no light at all. Soon, more than 20 minutes had passed according to the wall clock. Finally, a loud bang rang out. The entire safety house seemed to have hit something and came to a sudden stop. The house shook violently a few times and then completely stood still. Yu Hong stood by the window, looking at the pitch-black, lightless scene outside, his eyebrows furrowed. What is going on here? He circulated his true yuan within his heart, pushing his eyesight to the maximum. Soon, a blurry scene finally appeared in his vision. Outside the window was a pitch-black, rugged terrain. The ground was pitted as if it had been bombed by shells, with no flat places at all. In the distance, at the horizon, some continuous black mountain ranges vaguely appeared, among which stood a hemispherical dark golden building, motionless and silent. This should be deeper into the source disaster than the mining star, but I don't know which part of the source disaster I am in now. I clearly left the wind disaster earlier. Yu Hong estimated in his heart. The purpose of this trip was mainly to continue exploring the land of vitality using the savior ship, while also seeking power to temper his golden core. Theoretically, the stronger the power found, the faster the speed of tempering the golden core. Good luck to me. After confirming that the black spirit had stopped moving, Yu Hong knew this was where the savior ship temporarily halted. He took a deep breath and, with a thought, summoned it through the glass window. Hiss! The next second, the form of the Kai Jing Taoist rapidly condensed and stood on the black ground outside. No air, extremely low temperature, about -200 degrees Celsius. Yu Hong frowned. At this temperature, the activities of the Kai Jing Taoist were somewhat difficult. The meaning of low temperature, in essence, is the intensity of particle movement. -273 degrees is the temperature where all particles stop moving completely. And the current external temperature was already close to that. This made the Kai Jing Taoist's body emit a faint colorful glow, each movement requiring him to resist the super low temperature load that stifled particle movement. This made the energy consumption of the Kai Jing Taoist unusually high. The true yuan infused during a single summon should last around 2 hours. Yu Hong estimated the consumption speed of the true yuan within the Kai Jing Taoist's body and had a rough idea. On the dark ground outside, the colorful light from the head of the Kai Jing Taoist became the only light source, illuminating a circular area of about a dozen meters around. You controlled it to swiftly approach the hemispherical building. At the same time, he also controlled the safety house to move closer, to avoid the consumption increase due to the distance. As the distance gradually shortened, Yu Hong vaguely seemed to hear a faint sound. What is that sound? He frowned and stopped moving, eliminating all noise, listening quietly. The sound was faint, intermittent, as if a woman was softly singing opera in an empty theater. The voice was melodious, rising and falling, with a certain unknown orderly rhythm. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking sound. In such a silent and dark place, Yu Hong was clearly sensing everything around, but did not notice anyone approaching outside. Yet, the knocking sound came so suddenly. Chapter 546. Thud, thud, thud. Thud, thud, thud. The urgent knocking made the door tremble. Yu Hong's heart trembled with numbness. A strong bodily instinct seemed to be warning him, inducing a tremble of fear. He glanced at the door, then quickly looked out the window towards Kaijing Taoist. But outside, at some unknown time, had turned pitch black. The Kaijing Taoist, who was just there, had completely disappeared now. Thud, thud, thud. Thud, thud, thud. The knocking grew stronger and louder, making the entire safe house shake and tremble. The warning and trembling in Yu Hong's mind grew stronger, and the true Yuan within him began to operate at high speed, forcibly attempting to pull his consciousness out of this tense state. But the knocking seemed to be a different kind of power, continuously counteracting the struggle of the golden core true essence. Turn off the lights! Turn off the lights! Turn off the lights! Suddenly, a faint cry slipped into Yu Hong's ear. The cry was weak at first, but with continuous repetition, it gradually grew louder. Although it was still far less than the knocking, it was clear enough for Yu Hong to hear. At this moment, his true Yuan and the knocking had reached the peak of their confrontation. Hearing the voice, Yu Hong felt a shock in his heart and quickly slapped the wall. Snap! All the lights in the safe house instantly went out. The knocking also abruptly stopped, completely disappeared, as if the previous noise was just an illusion. Huff! Huff! Yu Hong breathed heavily, walked to the door, and touched it, feeling a slight numbness in his heart. He saw that the center of the safe house door had bulged out into a fist-sized bump. It seemed as if someone outside had used immense force to pound it into this shape. He walked to the window and looked outside again. Everything was calm. The dome-shaped building, now barely 100 meters away from Black Spirit. But at this moment, the safe house had stopped. The faint singing voice still lingered around Yu Hong's ears. Thanks for the warning earlier. He didn't know where the warning had come from, but since the other party could transmit a voice, it's likely his voice could also be heard by them. No problem. Didn't expect to encounter a survivor like you in such times. That faint voice sounded again, speaking in the second night language. You look like you came from elsewhere? The voice asked. Yes. Friend, where are you? Can we meet? Yu Hong asked. Better not, meeting would be dangerous. It's better for both of us this way. The person replied, sounding like an old man. How should I address you, elder?
I'm Zheng Krou.
Yu Hong said softly. You can call me Sudan, the old man replied. Names are just codes. Where did you come from? How did you get here? I came from far away. I don't know how I got here either. My ship leads me to find the land of vitality, Yu Hong said truthfully. The land of vitality? What's that? Old man Sudan asked, puzzled. Yu Hong explained, but was met with a cold laugh from the other side. I don't understand your nonsense about a savior ship. You've probably lost your mind after traveling alone for too long. An absolutely safe place that can withstand all source disasters. How could such a thing exist? Sudan completely denied it. Yu Hong didn't mind whether the other person believed him or not, as he couldn't prove it himself. So he changed the topic. Let's not talk about that, elder. Since you don't want to meet, can you tell me, what is this place? This is the city of no light, Sudan replied. One of the ruins completely destroyed by the source disaster. There are many such ruins. Ruins? So, the materials here are not completely disintegrated by the source disaster. Yu Hong was stunned. I know what you're asking. It won't work here. The materials decompose and disappear periodically. Then new materials are replenished from outside. Sudan replied with a cold laugh. Basically, this is the last repository for non-black disaster materials. Black disaster? Yu Hong keenly caught the keyword. Yes, this is deep within the black disaster. Once the ruins of the immensely powerful spiritual formula empire. Sudan confirmed his query.
Yu Hong frônait deeply.
Have you heard of the Holy Tower? He thought of the surrender faction in the depths of the black disaster. No living thing can exist here for long. The Holy Tower? Never heard of it. Sudan replied. Yu Hong pondered for a moment. His goal was to find the land of vitality, and this place was undoubtedly deep within the Black Disaster. Even the Kai Jing Taoist couldn't last long outside. The intensity here far exceeded all the regions he had previously traversed. Having found this place, venturing further might exceed his capabilities. Rather than risking it, it would be better to first understand the situation here before deciding. Maybe he could find some special energy here suitable for golden core grinding. Moreover, judging from Sudan's words, if this place is truly the deepest ruin in the Black Disaster, he might find some clues about source material. Source material can resist source disasters and not be destroyed. If he could find Black Disaster source material, the safety of the safe house would be greatly enhanced, thus becoming indestructible. At least within the Black Disaster it can be indestructible, absolutely safe. Old man, how long have you been here? Yu Hong asked again, having determined his goal. I can't remember. Do you have any music? I'd like to listen to some music. Any type will do, Sudan requested. Music? Yu Hong initially thought the other person would seek material assistance from him, but didn't expect it to be just this. He immediately rummaged through the miscellaneous boxes and found a phone, turned it on, and played the locally stored music. Soon, Going Home often softly played in the confined safe house. Find some free time. Find some time. The melodious music seemed to dilute the recently tense and dangerous atmosphere. Sudan also quieted down, listening to the music quietly. It was a song Yu Hong had transferred from his own phone's memory card. He hadn't expected to dig it up now. Soon, song after song played continuously. Sudan also began to hum along softly, his voice carrying a hint of tremor and nostalgia. Seeing him enjoy the music, Yu Hong put down the phone and sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to cultivate during his free time. Time flowed slowly, and it was unclear how long had passed. Thank you. Sudan's voice sounded again. I can't remember how long it has been since I've heard such beautiful music. It feels like I've come back to life. His tone carried a renewed vigor, light and powerful. You should leave. This is not a place for you to stay long, he reminded. Mr. Sudan, do you know if there's any malevolent energy here that corrodes life and matter? Yu Hong asked. As long as you turn on the light, it's everywhere. Why do you ask?
Sudan responded. Pasel.
Never mind that. Then, without waiting for Yu Hong to reply, he sighed. Since you are here, you must be here to explore treasures. Do you see the hemisphere building in front of you? Yes. Yu Hong nodded, looking at the hemispherical metal structure not far from the window. That's the City of No Light. Within the houses there, some traces and items from the initial entry remain randomly. Anything that has survived without disintegrating from the Black Disaster by now is almost always valuable. If you manage to get in, you'll gain a lot. But the prerequisite is... What is the prerequisite? The prerequisite is that you can get through this final absolute distance, Sudan answered. From your current position, approaching the City of No Light will expose you to something called dark dust. This stuff can quickly condense into a type of monster called Black Puppet, temporarily existing to attack you. If you can get past the Black Puppets, you'll earn a ticket to the City of No Light. The Black Puppets. Yu Hong took a deep breath. I'll give it a try first. He controlled the black spirit, moving slowly toward the City of No Light. 1 meter. 5 meters. 10 meters. Hiss. In an instant, countless black sand grains appeared out of thin air in front of the safe house, condensing into a thin humanoid figure in a gray cloak. The humanoid's pitch-black hands were holding an icy and sparkling rhombus-shaped white gem in front of it. Be careful. This is the Black Puppet. They can't be killed, only temporarily scattered. During the scattering interval, you must quickly approach the City of No Light. Remember, the reassembly time shortens rapidly with each scattering. It will eventually reassemble instantly, making it very troublesome.
Sudan quickly advised.
I'll give it a try first. Yu Hong's heart stirred. In an instant, more than 10 Kai Jing Taoists appeared out of nowhere outside, simultaneously pointing at the black humanoid figure. Void one finger. Bang! In an instant, destructive finger power, driven by true Yuan, struck the black puppet within a blink. Clang! Immediately, a flurry of faint red sparks burst out. The cloak on the black puppet wasn't even broken, and all the void one-finger techniques felt like a gentle breeze, completely ineffective against it. This made Yu Hong's expression change drastically as he immediately controlled the black spirit to retreat quickly by dozens of meters. Poof! Seconds after his retreat, the black puppet quickly disintegrated and disappeared as if it had never appeared.
No.
Su Dan's voice came again. Did you actually take action just now? Don't try to test it. Black puppets have immunity mechanisms, and the same move is completely ineffective against them. I did just take action. Yu Hong felt helpless. Having broken through to Golden Core, he supplied significantly stronger True Yuan to Fear Shadow, which should, in theory, have enhanced Fear Shadow strength. But you call that taking action? Was that just a tickle? Su Dan evidently didn't believe it. If that's what you call taking action, how did you even survive to get here? Don't joke around. Be serious.
Yu Hong.
I'm really sorry for being so weak. He took a deep breath, checked the time, and saw that the fusion of traits was almost complete. Senior, this junior really only has this level of strength. The enhanced Fear Shadow collaborated in action, though still much weaker than himself. But using my Eye of Destruction combined with Chaotic God Heavenly Eye, it would at most be 20 to 30 times stronger than just now. With such power, it would probably still be useless against that black puppet. After all, the combined effort of Fear Shadow's single finger strike didn't even tear the opponent's clothing. Chapter 547. You!
Su Dan seemed infuriated.
A guy so weak, yet daring to come to a place like this, must have relied on some external help. Seeing him hiding inside the house and not coming out, he instantly understood everything. You? Then why did you come here? To seek death, Su Dan said in annoyance. Senior, I only wanted to explore the origin of the source disaster, to find the direction for the future. Of course, the real purpose was to see if I could get lucky and find some black disaster source material. Yu Hong replied honestly and sincerely. Source material? I have some black disaster source material here. Forget it, I'll give you a bit, quickly go back. Su Dan said helplessly. Your strength level is too poor. If you stay here longer, you might easily lose your life. Ah? Yu Hong was stunned. Was it really that easy to get the source material? As he was taken aback, suddenly outside the safe house window, a lump of black stuff like coal emerged from the ground and bumped against the window as if it were alive. Knock, knock. Yu Hong stared at the thing, dumbfounded. Is this source material? Black disaster source material. Yes, I have plenty of it here. It's not worth much, Su Dan said nonchalantly. But isn't it said that this stuff can be used to create something that will never be destroyed by a source disaster? Yu Hong felt his worldview crashing down. This wasn't valuable? You're right, Su Dan affirmed. But you'll understand once you actually get it. This thing is far harder than you can imagine. Nothing you can think of can even wear it down a bit. So whatever shape you get it in, it stays that shape. Other than using it to hit people, you can't do anything with it. Not even you, Senior? The black disaster can grind on it for countless years without any damage. You overestimate me, Su Dan said self-deprecatingly. Take it. In the past, a lot of people thought it was very precious, but in reality, it's just like that. This place is actually full of it. Many worlds, many universes, have this stuff left over after destruction. Yu Hong looked around, first testing it with his Eye of Destruction but leaving no mark with its destructive force on the black coal, which made him believe a bit more. Then he focused his mind, conjured a colorful mirror Taoist, grabbed the source material, quickly opened the window, threw it in, and shut the window. The whole process took less than a second. Thud. The black coal fell to the ground, rolled a few times, and stopped moving. Yu Hong didn't touch it immediately but summoned a speedman, carefully approached, and placed it in a metal box that could isolate red value radiation. After that, Yu Hong quickly formed seals with his hands, activated his true yuan, and set up layers of sealing and isolation arrays. Among his knowledge, besides the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique, he also practiced magic and Taoist skills, being very proficient in basic sealing techniques. Previously, his strength wasn't enough, so it wasn't very effective. But now he had broken through to the Golden Core stage, his true yuan increased, and his overall energy level reached the immortal level, making his knowledge significantly more effective, achieving immortal-level results with slight modifications. You're quite cautious, but it's good to be cautious. All right, now hurry and leave. This place is not safe to stay in.
Sudan advised.
Then why don't you leave, senior? Yu Hong felt somewhat indebted for the favor. I can't leave. Long ago, I integrated with this place. I can't move, nor can I get out.
Sudan replied.
All right, but earlier, you said this place is full of the kind of erosion energy I need? Yu Hong asked again. Of course, if your main body comes out for a short while, you can naturally feel it.
Sudan answered.
Understood. Yu Hong stopped talking, walked to the window, and carefully set up a tiny array to create a small isolation space with true yuan. Then, he grabbed the window handle, lifted it, and gently pulled open a small gap. Hiss! In an instant, a surge of icy airflow rushed in. A thin layer of white frost quickly formed on the window and Yu Hong's body. Earlier I moved too fast, opening the window and closing it in an instant. I didn't feel anything. Now that I slowed down, the discomfort is immediate. Yu Hong carefully felt the cold air rushing in. Sure enough, there was a bone-piercing, needle-like erosion power quickly damaging his skin. It should be noted that his body now far surpassed the strength of over half the Golden Core stage cultivators. After all, with various traits and continuous tempering by numerous special energies, his physical body had long reached a strength comparable to a Golden Core body cultivator of the same level. Plus, the core ancient moon divinity made most energy levels, even transcendent levels, not much of a threat to him. Yet this piercing erosion was unimpeded, clearly due to an extremely high energy level. The energy level was so high that the ancient moon divinity had no effect, so his body strength was like paper. At least a contamination level far above. Yu Hong felt the erosion, quickly channeling the Golden Core in his abdomen, circulating true yuan, fully resisting the needle-like erosion. At the gap in the window, the invisible erosive power continuously poured in. As time passed, it repeatedly advanced, invading Yu Hong's internal organs. Strangely though, every time the power was about to thoroughly necrotize his organs, it abruptly stopped. Consistently, a green light halo enveloped and isolated it just in time. After isolation, the organs rapidly regenerate and recover their strength, while the erosion force has to start over from scratch. After trying 5 or 6 times, Yu Hong was sure there was no problem and finally breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, the Elder of Decay didn't lie to me. He looked down at his neck, where he wore a necklace that was half-transparent, resembling numerous snowflakes strung together. The necklace was emitting a faint green glow, which protected the organs inside Yu Hong's body. This necklace, according to the Elder of Decay, was a powerful healing treasure comparable to the red sky fruit. The name was long forgotten, but the necklace could guarantee that Yu Hong would regain full recovery every 10 seconds in any situation and any environment. This full recovery could heal all injuries and remove all abnormal statuses. The key is that the necklace doesn't require any consumption. It activates automatically and supports itself. Its effect is nothing short of miraculous. This was also the core confidence behind his boldness to continue charging into the depths of the source disaster. The Elder of Decay gave me this treasure, clearly worried something might go wrong with me. Now it seems it truly is practical. Yu Hong felt his rapidly recovering organs inside. He named the necklace the Recovery Necklace, a simple and understandable name. At this moment, under the protection of the green light, combined with his elf ancient trees called trait, his survival ability had reached an extremely terrifying level. Inside the safe house, Yu Hong sat cross-legged, green light flashing on his body, layers of white true yuan constantly appearing on his surface. resisting the invisible and intangible strange erosion. Time passed bit by bit. Vaguely, Yu Hong fell into an extremely focused deep meditation state. He seemed to hear some hints, but at this moment, having completely entered the state, he had no time to care for anything else. Because his golden core, the strands of golden Dan Qi surrounding it, had become purer, and the gold color was much richer than before. On the golden core, a face of his own slowly appeared. The face meditated with closed eyes, looking serene, exactly mirroring his current state. Sigh. Slowly opening his eyes, Yu Hong's whole body surged with true yuan like ocean waves. A lot of new, richer true yuan surged out again from the golden core. The refined Dan Qi flowed continuously back into the golden core, making its golden color even more brilliant. Crack. A slight sound was heard. A golden ripple exploded from Yu Hong's body. I've broken through to the golden core middle stage. A slight smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. He stood up, carefully feeling the changes inside his body. The output of the golden core at the middle stage was faster, the true yuan flow was stronger, and the total amount was much greater than before, at least 5 to 7 times more. Strangely, as soon as he broke through to the middle stage of the golden core, Yu Hong immediately felt that the invisible erosion entering from outside was not as unbearable as before. The speed at which that breath eroded him also quickly decreased, almost imperceptible. It was clear that his body had developed resistance due to repeated pulls. Thank you, Elder. Yu Hong got up, closed the window, and bowed vaguely forward. No need to thank me. It's your own effort, unrelated to anyone. Also, it's time for you to leave.
Sudan reminded.
I understand, Elder. Before I leave, I've received such a great favor from you. Is there anything you want or need? Next time, I can bring it in or help you solve it. Yu Hong spoke up. You are too weak. You can do nothing. Hurry up and leave. If you don't go, and the black tide breaks out here, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Sudan said solemnly. There is also a black tide here? But I still need a place to temper myself. May I ask, Elder, if you know of any other force nearby that can erode external objects? Yu Hong asked again. You brat? Not planning to leave, right?
Su dan was speechless.
He paused for a moment. Yes, there is. Here, there's something called a black puppet. It can emit invisible music to erode a person's spirit. It also accompanies an undefendable strange bone-eroding power. This bone-eroding power only affects bones, turning them into crumbly bone powder polymers that shatter upon the slightest knock. Elder, can you show this junior the way? I'm extremely grateful, Yu Hong hurriedly said. He now lacked only one more tempering of Dan Qi to step into the late stage of the golden core. The innate body was truly extraordinary, cultivating like eating and drinking, without any bottlenecks. You still haven't left? Do you know how long you've been meditating?
Su dan was speechless.
2 days. Yu Hong didn't notice. 2 months.
Sudan answered.
Yu Hong was shocked and quickly looked up at the digital clock on the table. Sure enough, the time was already 6582 July of the 12th era of the mining star. He had left in May. Because of the constant travel through the source disaster, each place's time was different, so the dates and calendars were always messy, and he gradually paid less attention to them. Now reminded by Sudan, he was horrified to find that a shallow meditation had consumed so much time. Chapter 548. Thinking of this, Yu Hong quickly checked his consciousness space. Sure enough, in the corner of the trait light ball, he saw the newly fused trait. Steel Fist and Fierce Tiger type fused to form a giant white light ball 3 times larger than before. Yu Hong stretched out his hand and lightly touched it. Fusion completed. Obtained trait. Giant Tiger Form. Giant Tiger Form, in close combat. All techniques' destructive power enhances 7-fold. TSK. Yu Hong praised briefly, indeed, fusing feels great. Then he glanced at the other 3 newly appeared small light balls. He reached out and touched them one by one. Huntian palm cultivation perfected. Obtained trait. Heaven and Earth rotation. Heaven and Earth rotation. Mental resistance to dizziness attacks increased by 80%. Flying Transition 9 Revolutions Cultivation perfected. Obtained trait. Light body. Light body, body weight reduced to 20% of original. This one is simple and crude. Weight reduction naturally increases speed. Yuhong nodded slightly. In a gravity environment, this trait would tremendously boost his movement speed and burst speed. Of course, reducing weight would also weaken impact. It's both advantageous and disadvantageous. Then came the third one. Climbing Cloud Skill Cultivation perfected. Obtained trait. Cloud Hand. Cloud Hand. Your hands can freely transform into cloud gas, dispersing and regathering. Yuhong was stunned. Having seen various traits, this type of cloud hand was the first he'd encountered. He carefully sensed his hands and temporarily detached from the consciousness space. Raising his arms, suddenly a strange sensation surged in his heart. It felt as if he could freely control his hands to naturally disperse. The next moment, his hands started from the arms, down to all parts, instantly decomposed into dense white gas. A large amount of white gas spread in the room, permeating, gradually fading in color, almost invisible. At this moment, Yuhong had a peculiar feeling, as if his hands were everywhere in the room, capable of touching and feeling everywhere. He moved his right hand, directly picked up a cup 5 meters away on the table. Threads of transparent white gas encircled the cup, which was part of his hand. Interesting. Yuhong did not yet know the use of this ability, but such a peculiar capacity was worth keeping for a while. The newly fused giant tiger form restored the trait count to 9, but with the new 3 mortal martial perfections yielding 3 new traits, the total count once again exceeded 10, reaching 12. Yuhong didn't hesitate. The 3 new traits were not ones enhancing cultivation speed, so he could freely fuse them. He looked at the remaining traits. Giant tiger form, innate body, spiritual sharpness, extreme summoning, heart imprint, elf ancient trees call, night breath, Tao breath thunder transfer, ancient moon divinity, cloud hand, light body, heaven and earth rotation. Spiritual sharpness, which immunizes low-level techniques, is essentially useless now. My true essence protection already has this effect. It can be fused. Heaven and earth rotation and heart imprint are also not particularly useful. Heart imprint would be useful in a society of beings, continuously replenishing spiritual power and converting beings' fear. But I am facing source disaster. Heaven and earth rotation increases mental resistance, slightly better, keep it for now. Immediately, he merged heart imprint and spiritual sharpness, pulling the 2 light balls together. Soon, a new silver light ball emerged, showing a countdown, 3 hours and 12 minutes. Once the fusion is complete, another fusion will be possible. Detaching from consciousness space, Yuhong glanced outside. It was still pitch black outside the window. Senior, he tried calling out. What? Sudan was indeed watching him all along. The monster you mentioned that can erode humans. Yuhong asked cautiously. You really aren't afraid of dying? If you truly fear nothing, go ahead, just at the reverse side of your door, at your safe house's speed, about 10 minutes journey. Thank you, Senior.
Yuhong sincerely bowed.
First, he packed away the source material from the box, then operated the safe house, swiftly heading in that direction. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Real Wanshua Palace. At the once rubble site of Wanshua Palace, a small pink light gleaming fruit was suspended in mid-air, illuminating the surrounding 100 meters. Above the fruit, large masses of black fog formed a funnel, rapidly pouring into the fruit. The inflowing black fog quickly transformed into more pink light, maintaining the safety of everything within the 100-meter range. Feng Shuezi and Corrupt Traveler stood within the pink light, watching numerous sword cultivation monsters outside wanting to approach but powerless to continue. It's almost done. The red sky fruit activation is successful. I've masked its aura. With it standing, I have virtually no pressure, no need to personally act anymore. Feng Shuezi smiled contentedly. After all these years, this was his first real rest. How's your body? Any relief? Corrupt traveler asked. Feng Shuizi looked down at his legs. His legs had long disappeared, replaced by a large number of entwining black tree roots. Still no good. I've been deeply eroded for too long. No hope left. But it doesn't matter. Wanshue Palace is far from lacking successors. Feng Shuizi said indifferently. Be cautious. The transformation of the red sky fruit is thorough in nature. Many chain reactions cannot be masked. It will inevitably incite counterattacks. Corrupt traveler reminded. Your reminder was timely. Feng Shuizi suddenly lifted his gaze towards the distant darkness. The reaction has come. Buzz. From the distant darkness, even before the words had fully dissipated, a gray-black stream of light shot out, heading straight for Feng Shuizi's face. Clang! The stream of light was struck away by his sword, revealing a short sword, spinning heavily before embedding itself in the distant ground. From the distant darkness, eerie shouts began to echo. A four-sided palanquin, adorned with black and red phoenix patterns, was slowly carried out of the black fog by four black-skinned giants. On either side of the palanquin, gray-black long swords were embedded. The radiance of the sky, ubiquitous. Inside the palanquin, a woman with black hair and a ghastly pale complexion, wearing a red long dress, lifted the curtain and walked out slowly. At the center of her brow was a black sun pattern, and the corners of her mouth seemed to be slit open by a knife, extending to her ears. Her eyes were deep and pitch black, with no whites visible. Kill! As soon as the woman emerged, her red dress fluttered without wind, and with a wave of her hand, the long swords on both sides of the palanquin shot out like bullets, piercing towards Feng Shuizi. A prayer of the Heavenly Sun sect. As expected, they were the first to catch the scent. Feng Shuizi frowned with disgust. With a casual wave, the flying long swords were instantly snapped by an invisible force, ricocheting elsewhere. Be careful, the prayer has arrived, and their higher-ups are not far away, the corrupt traveler said in a low tone. The strength of the Heavenly Sun sect leader is indeed significantly weaker than yours, but after transforming into a black disaster monster, their strength will increase considerably. If it comes to a real fight, shut up. Feng Shuizi raised his hand, pointing with his long sword. A point of white light twinkled at the tip of his sword, transforming into a cluster of white flames. The flames floated away, instantly appearing before the prayer woman. Boom! The pea-sized flame exploded suddenly, engulfing the woman entirely. A moment later, the woman vanished, leaving only a layer of black ash on the ground. But in the next moment, numerous more women in red dresses, riding palanquins, continuously emerged from the darkness. Further away, a massive fat man, over 10 meters tall, with crimson flames burning in his eyes, carrying a gigantic black cleaver, walked towards them step by step amidst the black mist. Long time no see, Feng Shuizi. The fat man clad in ancient black armor, with a large black sun pattern at his brow, greeted. Behind him, a semicircular halo faintly appeared, within which countless laughing faces emerged. Ancient Rong Mountain, do you think coming here personally makes you my match? Feng Shuizi said coldly, a semicircular halo also faintly appearing behind him, though within his halo, jagged snow-white mountain ranges emerged. It can't be helped. Those in the lower ranks are useless against beings like us. Only us old-timers can take action. The fat man chuckled gently. Taking action personally won't change the outcome, Feng Shuizi said indifferently. It can't be helped. If we wait until you fully activate the red sky fruit, it will be too late. Over the years, you've killed me hundreds of times, but I could recover to full strength each time. But if the red sky fruit appears, which restricts our revival power, that would be troublesome. The fat man placed the 7 or 8 meter long black cleaver on his shoulder. Just you alone, it's meaningless, Feng Shuizi said coldly. So, Lord Geshe is with me. The fat man smiled slightly, and from the black mist behind him, a golden humanoid armor with a dark purple cape slowly emerged. only the armor without any humanoid figure inside wearing it. The Holy Tower has never forgotten your grace, Lord Feng Shuezi. A heavy, rough male voice resonated from within the golden armor. It's time to repay the pain of decapitation from 7,000 years ago. What? You think you're capable now? A faint attraction began to emerge around Feng Shuezi. He released his grip on the long sword, crouching slightly. Buzz! Behind him, a dense array of planets in various sizes and colors slowly emerged from his halo. In an instant, the entire surrounding star domain and all the nearby planets trembled slightly, releasing invisible power that converged into Feng Shuezi's body through a mysterious channel. Crack! Feng Shuezi's Taoist robe shattered instantly. His body rapidly expanded, growing larger and more gigantic. In the blink of an eye, he shot up to over 100 meters tall, his black and red muscular body continually splitting and multiplying like foam. Then it was 300 meters, 500 meters, 2,000 meters. Feng Shuezi's body grew taller and more immense, piercing through the black clouds, entering space. Soon, in space, the mining star appeared like an apple before him. Feng Shuezi's entire body had far exceeded what the mining star could accommodate. You think you can kill me just by joining forces? Feng Shuezi's enormous laughter shook the entire mining star violently. Two rifts suddenly appeared in the mining star's atmosphere. The Heavenly Sun sect leader and the Holy Tower master shot out, watching solemnly at the scene before them. He's broken through again. Do we fight? The two rapidly transmitted messages to each other. I don't want to die. The last time it cost me a lot of subordinates to recover. Geshe in the golden armor suppressed his voice. Then retreat. The fat man from ancient Rong Mountain was the first to turn and flee, transforming into a black meteor and disappearing in an instant. Geshe snorted coldly, black mist surging behind him, and he too vanished in the blink of an eye. Ants! Feng Shuezi's enormous hand swiped through space where the two had been, narrowly missing, but smashing a belt of asteroids behind them to pieces. Next time, Feng Shuezi, your actions have angered the Mother Tree. It won't be just us next time. Geshe's final voice echoed throughout the surrounding space. Chapter 549. Ah! Refreshing! In the city of no light, Yu Hong spread his arms wide, feeling the continuous radiation of the invisible erosion force from outside. Even the windows could not block the incessant erosion from that crooked-mouthed, cross-eyed, black-skinned woman outside. But this was exactly what Yu Hong needed at this moment. He needed the constant erosion strength radiating in from the opponent. The golden core within him was operating at high speed, with no need to worry about damage or the meridians and body being harmed by rapid advancement, as every 10 seconds would bring a comprehensive recovery. Should any sudden issue arise within 10 seconds, the elf ancient tree's call would completely take over. Ever since he encountered this bizarre woman outside the window, Yu Hong gradually fell into this ultra-high-speed cultivation state. The Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique was soaring crazily, the innate body breaking through the low-level bottlenecks, and the strange radiation continually refining the secondary golden core's Dan Qi. Bang! 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 Outside the window, a tall woman covered entirely in pitch black, with purple glowing eyes and slender hands, was madly pounding on the window glass. This woman stood a full 5 meters tall, her whole body like a bamboo pole, with a gaping mouth drooling and cross-eyed, appearing as if a child's random scribble on paper had come to life. But her strength was anything but random. The tremendous impact made the entire safety house tremble incessantly. Nevertheless, the current safety house had extremely strong defensive capabilities, along with an automatic repair function, making it incredibly resilient. Yu Hong hadn't seen anything break through its defenses quickly in a long time. Safety house, at this moment, the black spirit was truly the well-deserved safety house. Unconsciously, in his haziness, he seemed to faintly hear some notification sound. Immediately following was a crisp click. Yu Hong jolted awake from deep meditation cultivation. Whew! He exhaled heavily, and the impure Dan Qi flew out from his mouth, landing on the wall and corroding it into a shallow gray-white spot. But soon, this gray-white spot disappeared automatically, as if it had never been there. This was the automatic repair function of the safety house. The first thing Yu Hong did upon waking up was to check his current cultivation level. As he initiated inner vision, his heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, I broke through again. Could it be several more months have passed? He had anticipated breaking through the late stage of the golden core, but apart from the breakthrough, he was worried about the time spent. Quickly looking up at the date clock on the table. August 11th, 1309. Thank goodness. Only a month has passed, but I should go back and reinforce the seal before the light well causes more issues. However, with my current cultivation, I should be able to gradually suppress the light well on my own and resolve the flaws of tiling skill. I'll have to ask the teacher how to do that. Yu Hong glanced outside. The black woman was still furiously pounding on the safety house, looking utterly brainless. Do the outside monsters all have intelligence? And has this place become completely brainless? He remarked. Senior, do you know why this is? It's simple, Su Dan immediately replied. This old guy had obviously been watching all along, probably too bored with nothing to do. You're still weak and don't know what you'll face later. He paused for a moment, then continued. The forces that surrendered, the monsters that were contaminated, could initially maintain their self-awareness during the source disasters. They also developed different dispositions and worldviews due to the varying nature of source disaster radiation. The black disaster is relatively more peaceful, retaining more of the self. This is the cognitive maintenance phase. They need to continually devour the cognition of other living beings to replenish their own ever-eroding self. This is why we view the surrendering faction as traitors, because to avoid death, they turn on us and slaughter and devour us. After this phase comes the unconscious body. Before this, including chaos body contamination, they can only be considered conscious bodies. Conscious bodies will gradually become unconscious bodies over time. At this stage, with cognition not promptly replenished, their self-awareness will completely vanish, leaving only a shell. Don't underestimate just a shell. In the unconscious body phase, our tests indicate that their general strength can increase by 100 to 500 times, extremely exaggerated. It's like two different species. Though they lose consciousness, they gain terrifying speed, strength, and an undying body, all bestowed by the source disasters. This amplification must have a limit, right? Yu Hong felt numb hearing this. Over 100 times increase seemed too exaggerated. Yes, it has a limit. Usually, it stops at the peak of the contamination level. However, the contamination phase itself has a vast span, so hundreds of times increase is nothing. Su Dan explained, the level that can destroy a tree with one hand is contamination, and a single breath's particles instantaneously destroying a star system is also contamination. It represents only an energy level, but many factors affect combat power. But contamination should have reached the stage of infinite energy, shouldn't it? Yu Hong asked puzzledly. Many immortal-level beings had already mastered infinite energy, such as the light well and floating cities' element pools. The difference was only in the output power. It's different. Some systems do not have so-called infinite energy, and the so-called infinite you mentioned is actually borrowed power, external power, not truly infinite. In the later stages, neither side can communicate with external power.
Su Dan replied patiently.
When you reach the middle stage of contamination, you'll understand. Low-level infinite energy is useless in combat. The space-time distortions caused by the mere aftershocks of a battle are enough to render your long-distance absorption of infinite energy a useless garbage ability. By the time you extract energy from a far distance, the opponent would have countless chances to instantly kill you. So, how should we cope later? Yu Hong felt numb. Utilizing your own infinite energy. Transform yourself into infinite. Won't that solve it? Su Dan smiled. You're still weak now and can't understand this. All right, let's go back. Don't stay too long. The black tide is due in about 6 months. 6 more months, that should be enough time. Senior, why not tell me what comes after the unconscious stage? Yu Hong eagerly prompted, speaking respectfully. Perhaps from having no one to talk to for a long time, Su Dan clearly wanted to chat more, and did not mention leaving again. The later stages? After that, there is nothing left, only the disaster of destruction. Nothing left. Yes, even the surrender faction cannot exist any deeper within the source disaster. A little further in, there is the concentration zone of the unconscious bodies. It is a spherical region filled with countless unconscious bodies, many of which are the fallen failures from the surrender faction. They lose their sense of self, and their destructive power increases by hundreds of times, turning that area into an absolute destruction zone. Sudan sighed. We named it the Heartless Belt. Senior, beyond the Heartless Belt is the area where the destruction disaster exists? Yu Hong asked. Yes, the destruction disaster there is constantly erupting and exploding, known as the disaster belt. Its intensity exceeds the highest level that unconscious bodies can reach several times over. And yet, it is not the true core of the source disaster. Sudan sighed. Deeper inside, we named that region the Invisible Belt. The dangers there cannot be perceived or detected. Until the moment you are destroyed, you won't know what attacked you. There is no source, no direction. Many people just inexplicably disappear before our eyes, no matter how powerful your cultivation technique or how high your cultivation level. As he spoke, he seemed to fall into some sort of personal memory. Senior. Yu Hong sensed something was wrong and hurriedly called out to him. It took more than 10 seconds before Sudan's voice reappeared. Sorry. I'm getting old. Thinking about past events makes me a bit. Have you been to the Invisible Belt, Senior? Yu Hong asked. I have, but I could only reach there. Any deeper we could not touch, and we didn't even know how to proceed further. We guessed that it might be the core area of the source disaster, the true origin area. If the deeper level of the City of No Light is the source core area where our living beings can exist, then deeper inside is not a place where living beings can survive. Even the unconscious bodies cannot.
Sudan answered.
Not even someone as powerful as you, Senior, can see any hope? Yu Hong felt a faint sense of helplessness and despair rise in his heart. Sudan's level was far beyond his imagination, yet even at that level he couldn't see what the core of the source disaster was. So, could his current cultivation really find the path to everlasting vitality? The road is walked step by step. You are still weak and do not understand this principle. The more you see, the more you will lose the motivation to move forward. Don't be afraid, don't look too far ahead. Just keep moving forward, and you won't regret it. No matter where you are, in what predicament, keep moving forward. Hope will not come to those who stand still. It is something that changes and moves on its own. As you continuously approach it, it will slowly come closer to you. Remember, it is closer than you think.
Sudan softly consoled.
Yes, I understand, Senior. Yu Hong's heart slowly calmed down with Sudan's words. Obviously, Sudan used some special cultivation technique, making his words have a special effect. It's good that you understand. Go ahead. I believe you will find your own direction, Sudan said. Yu Hong gave a serious bow, then controlled the black spirit and retreated. Countless black mists surged out from the surroundings of the safe house. The next second, the safe house silently disappeared into the mist, leaving the City of No Light. The black-skinned woman who had been relentlessly banging on the windows lost her target and finally calmed down, turned around, and returned in the direction she came from, disappearing into the darkness within moments. The entire land of No Light returned to its original quietness. In the breeze, a faint lonely sigh from Sudan could be heard. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Poof! The black spirit rushed out of the Black River, entering the wind disaster's entrance. Outside the window brightened again, restoring the state of countless colorful threads flowing. Yu Hong sat cross-legged, facing the gate, and began to sense the situation inside his body. With his eyes closed, he quickly entered the consciousness space. There, the trait light ball had already completed its fusion. Heart imprint and spiritual sharpness had merged into a silver light ball. With a trace of anticipation, Yu Hong reached out his hand and gently touched it. Fusion complete. Acquired trait. Spirit barrier. Spirit barrier, consciousness body density enhanced by 90%. Total amount increased by 200%. This is not bad. Yu Hong's eyes lit up. The pure increase in spiritual power and spiritual strength made this trait's effect quite good. It turned the previously useless two traits into something valuable. He carefully sensed the changes in his own body. Indeed, his spiritual consciousness was clearer than before, and thinking about problems became much faster. Because spiritual consciousness was hard to quantify, it could only be understood subjectively through feeling. He wasn't sure what this trait's enhancement brought him. Anyway, becoming stronger was all that mattered. Then, there are still 11 left, 2 more fusions possible. Next! Yu Hong thought for a moment and quickly identified 2 traits. Ancient Moon Divinity and Heaven and Earth Rotation. The former is physical damage resistance, the latter is dizziness resistance. Both were resistances, and combining them might produce a stacking effect. He immediately brought the 2 light balls together. Poof! They merged into a washbasin-sized light ball, and a countdown appeared. 12 hours, 7 minutes. Chapter 550. After finishing this, Yu Hong felt refreshed and began to sense the impact of his enhanced spiritual power on himself. First, he entered meditation rapidly, cultivating the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique, and immediately felt that the speed of Dan Qi generation was much faster than before. Based on the speed of Dan Qi flow, my cultivation speed has roughly doubled. However, the surrounding vitality is still too sparse to verify accurately. I'll have to go back to the life well and check carefully. It seems that spiritual power dictates the speed of cultivation, as long as the body can withstand it. He had the recovery necklace, so there was no need to worry about his body. He could push himself to the limit without issue. Only now did Yu Hong truly realize that the greatest use of the recovery necklace was not for combat, but for cultivation. It allowed him to not worry about any injuries, continuously pushing forward with overload. As long as he didn't die, everything would fully recover in 10 seconds. It was simply terrifying. Next, he checked the subtle changes throughout his body to ensure there were no issues after leaving the city of no light, finally easing his heart. Buzz! Not long after, there was a buzz outside, and the black spirit burst through the colorful threads, returning once again to the dense forest above the mining star. The dark green sea of trees below swayed with the wind, emitting faint rustling sounds. Flocks of birds spotted the black spirit, flying closer and chirping around the safe house. Seeing this peaceful scene, Yu Hong's heart quickly relaxed. Controlling the slowly descending safe house, he stood up, changed his clothes, opened the door and closed it behind him. Then, with a thought, whoosh, the scenery before his eyes changed rapidly, and the next second, the grand and towering buildings of Wanchua Palace appeared before him. The cold wind howled around, and dense snowflakes fell, landing on Yu Hong's hair and neck. He adjusted his hairstyle and strode forward. Upon entering the palace gates, Yu Hong's figure flickered again, teleporting into various palaces, searching for his teacher's trace. Soon, he saw the figure of his master, Yu Shuezi, in a pavilion in the back garden. Yu Shuezi was sitting opposite Quan He, holding a book, seemingly giving a lecture. "Teacher, I'm back." Yu Hong walked over quickly, speaking in a loud voice. "You would never guess where I've been and what I've obtained this time." A smile bloomed on his face, and seeing Yu Shuezi and Quan He, the sense of urgency in his heart quickly faded. With Yu Shuezi above, Wanchua Palace was absolutely safe. Not to mention the more mysterious corrupt Traveler Senior in the dark. Could be said that the mining star was now the safest place for Yu Hong ever. "I sensed you coming back just now. So, did you gain a lot this time?" Yu Shuezi turned back with a smile. "Teacher, have you heard of the City of No Light?" Yu Hong stepped forward and, under Quan He's gaze, sat down on a mat beside them. "The City of No Light? How did you end up there?" Yu Shuezi's brows furrowed. "That place is very dangerous. Since the heavenly venerate disappeared, no one has been able to enter. It is the last relatively safe place at the heart of the star disaster. Of course, this applies to immortals. For you, it remains a death trap. Uh, teacher, I have a safe house, and its defense abilities are quite sufficient. Yu Hong argued. All right, that house of yours is indeed a freak. Its defensive power has reached a level I can't crush in a short time. Yu Shuezi was speechless. Did you go into the city of no light, and then what happened? Yu Hong did not hide anything, truthfully describing his subsequent experiences.
Sudan?
That's clearly an alias. The other party probably doesn't want you to know their real name. But to integrate with the City of No Light, they must be a chaos body. That place is at the Black Disaster Extreme, right next to the Night Mother Tree. Without a chaos body, one cannot stay there for long, Yu Shuezi said seriously. But it seems he meant no harm to you, and even gave you a piece of Black Disaster source material. Yu Hong immediately took out the source stone and handed it to Yu Shuezi along with the box. Teacher, this is for you. No need, keep it for yourself. It's of no use to us. Indeed, as the person said, it serves no other purpose except to hit people. Yu Shuezi shook his head and declined. Then I'll study it myself. Yu Hong planned to fuse the source material with the black mark into the safe house, but considered that it might take a long time, so he decided to complete the fusion later. By now, he found that the traits of ordinary martial arts were becoming increasingly ineffective. He now needed much stronger traits. Additionally, the cultivation technique, outer eye, and other aspects had shorter strengthening periods and were becoming less useful to him. Perhaps in the future, he would start to extend the strengthening duration of the black mark. After all, he had already broken through to the late golden core stage and was about to enter the nascent soul stage. Wait!
Sudanli, yuk suzis laped yu onges shoulder.
Didn't you just go out for 3 months? How are you already at the late golden core stage? His expression changed, holding on to Yu Hong with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Teacher, didn't you say that after the Dan Qi is refined, one can freely break through? Yu Hong was puzzled. Yes, I did say that, but you need to nurture it, wait for the refined Dan Qi to feed back into yourself, strengthen yourself, and then start the breakthrough. This nurturing time should be at least 6 months. What happened? Could there be some kind of mistake? A hint of concern flashed in Yu Shuezi's eyes. It shouldn't be a mistake. I have a superpower that allows my body to heal and repair itself, so perhaps this caused the rapid progress.
Yuong hésita-t-elle.
He had promised not to reveal the recovery necklace to the senior corrupt traveler, so he just attributed it to a superpower. Yu Shuezi carefully examined Yu Hong's cultivation, then turned to look at Quan He. Quan He sat upright, his face solemn, his hands gripping the hem of his Taoist robe on his thighs. Master, rest assured, I have long forgotten about senior brother Zheng Ro. As long as I disregard him, he cannot disturb my Tao heart. Quan He raised his head, looking resolute. Yu Hong was left speechless. Yu Shuezi was also at a loss for words and turned his eyes back to Yu Hong. Then, with your speedy breakthrough, have you felt any discomfort? Disciple is completely fine. No issues at all, Yu Hong replied. Now that you're in the late golden core stage, one more tempering of your Dan Qi and you can break the pill to form a nascent soul. You could use this opportunity to spar with your senior sisters. Yu Shuezi paused, planning to use another method to gauge Yu Hong's condition. Recently, some black disaster monsters have started to appear around the mining stars surrounding airspace. Just the right chance for you to practice. He waved his right hand. Whoosh! Hei Ying, dressed in black tight-fitting clothes, suddenly appeared on the open ground outside the pavilion. Master, did you call for me? Hei Ying quickly adjusted her clothing around her hips with a slightly peculiar expression. Greetings, Master. Junior brother, you're back. Bai Sheng also appeared beside her through instantaneous movement. He naturally took a step forward, positioning himself in front of Hei Ying. You too. Yu Shuezi's face darkened. Go back and change your clothes immediately. What a disgrace. Yes. The two replied and quickly left through instantaneous movement. Short-distance instantaneous movement was merely a small trick for them. At their level, most strong cultivators would always have the ability to use instantaneous movement frequently. Without it, they would be at a disadvantage in a fight. However, their usage of instantaneous movement was different from Yu Hong's, as it consumed more true yuan, and using it continuously for a short period would lead to a significant increase in energy consumption. Therefore, most of the time, they still preferred to use flying swords or other transportation tools to travel. Yu Hong and Quan, he could sense why Yu Shuezi's face darkened. Just now, when He Ying was teleported over, there was a tear in her tight-fitting clothes. Senior brother and sister are still too lax, Quan he sighed. You two, on the other hand, are too conservative. Yu Shuezi glanced at them. Yu Hong was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Quan He's expression was unchanged. At over 100 years old, she was not one to blush over such matters. Mainly because senior brother Zheng Ro is too small, can't make a move on him, she teased upon seeing Yu Hong's thin-skinned demeanor. Heh, you didn't see when I got bigger, Yu Hong immediately retorted. All right, that's enough. Yu Shuezi, single for a long time, could not handle their explicit banter and interrupted directly. Now that Zheng Ro is back, spar with your senior sister to determine your current situation, and I will prepare a magic treasure tailored for you before you go out for real combat training. Understood. Yu Hong stood up and walked to the open space outside. Soon, He Ying and Bai Shang reappeared, having changed into standard white Taoist robes of the sect. They bowed respectfully to Yu Shuezi. Yu Shuezi repeated the instructions. He Ying readily agreed. After both she and Yu Hong meditated to adjust their states, the Taoist palace's ceiling formation immediately activated. Layers of intricate, lavish Taoist patterns formed a light shield enveloping the ground where the two stood. Junior brother, the main focus this time is on assessing your defense abilities and escape skills. Ahem. Bai Shang coughed twice outside the shield. He Ying quickly snapped back to her senses and corrected herself. Escape skills. Attack abilities are secondary. Surviving is the priority, as everything else follows if you live.
Understood? Yu Hong nodded.
He quickly scanned his current traits. After ensuring there was nothing that could cause misunderstanding, he bowed to his opponent. He Ying returned the salute. The two stood still, not moving. Be careful. The sword technique I practice is the 7-time sword technique, known for its piercing power. It's one of the only 19 sword techniques in the sect that directly reach the immortal realm. It's incredibly fast and powerful, He Ying said, twirling her single hand. You are in the late golden core stage. Wait, weren't you in the middle golden core stage just recently? Suddenly, her expression changed. She had only been out on an adventure with senior brother on a foreign star for 3 months, and on return she found, weren't they told that the progression slows down once in the golden core stage? He Ying's face subtly twisted with a hint of envy. Late golden core stage, in just 3 months. Junior brother is already about to reach the nascent soul stage? A profound sense of urgency made her body tense up. No, I can't waste my time like this anymore. I must strive harder. I need to cultivate. Let Bai Shang go to hell. He's always dragging me around recklessly. With a hard resolve in her heart, He Ying's grip on her mana tightened unconsciously. Fine, since you're in the late golden core stage, I will suppress my cultivation to your level to make the spar fairer and to better assess if your foundation is solid. So, be vigilant, she said. I understand, senior sister, Yu Hong said seriously. He had no weapon, so he stood with one foot in front and the other behind, adopting a tiger form boxing stance. He had cultivated numerous martial arts and dabbled in many. Basic martial arts like tiger form boxing were still within his skills. Hiss! In the next instant, a long black sword shot out from behind He Ying. Before the sound even reached, the sword was already before Yu Hong's chest. Chapter 551. The black sword shot forward, and in an instant, it was at Yu Hong's chest. However, although the speed was fast, it was far from the swiftness when He Ying intervened before, at best only 2 or 3 times the speed of sound. Though faster than Yu Hong, it was not completely uncatchable. Bang! Yu Hong suddenly raised his hand. His right hand formed into a tiger claw, catching the sword's side. His body had been strengthened multiple times, and after the refinement of Golden Core True Essence, it had reached a new height, much faster than before. At this moment, he struck the target with one blow. Under the intense collision, tens of thousands of tons of explosive power erupted between the claw and the sword. The floor beneath Yu Hong cracked into a large area. This was due to the array's protection and the hardness of the material, causing only such a response. If it had been the land outside, his legs would have sunk, and the ground would have exploded into a big crater. Yu Hong deflected the black sword with one claw and rushed towards He Ying. But before he could get close, another sharp pain shot down from above. Looking up, the black sword had circled in midair and was coming back, falling at great speed towards his head. Clang! Yu Hong again deflected the black sword with one claw. But this time, he could not get closer to He Ying, as the black sword continuously circled him, piercing and flying around, its immense power hindering his every move. He Ying stood not far away, forming a sword gesture with one hand and easily commanding the black sword to change. Little junior brother, you just broke through your cultivation. You haven't fully utilized the power of late-stage Golden Core True Essence yet. Such usage will only crack. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound was heard. He Ying's face changed abruptly, urgently summoning the black sword in front of her. With a swoosh, the black sword flew back, already covered with dense tiny cracks. He Ying could not understand and looked up at Yu Hong opposite her. What have you done? Oh. Yu Hong was also a bit confused, but it did not stop him from taking the opportunity to sprint and close the distance. In the next second, the two collided fiercely. Yu Hong struck with his right hand using 80% of his strength, aiming at the opponent's shoulder. This claw met with He Ying's raised left palm. Boom! Upon contact, Yu Hong had no significant reaction, but He Ying's face changed drastically. An overwhelming force, far beyond the late-stage Golden Core, surged from the opposite side, at least 5 times stronger. The terrifying power instantly triggered a higher level of nascent soul power to protect her body. With a buzz, a black light screen suddenly appeared on He Ying's body, forcefully blocking the incoming force. Despite this, He Ying staggered back several steps, her face stiff. Is it a secret explosive technique? Let's see how long he can hold out. With her nascent soul cultivation triggered, she had essentially lost. However, since it was sudden and Yu Shuezi and Bai Shang wanted to see Yu Hong's limits, they did not call to stop but continued to spar. Yu Hong felt it was normal and continued to engage in close combat. In an instant, the two moved across the courtyard, flashing around, sometimes dashing, sometimes instantaneously moving. The black sword, wrapped in mana, reassembled and healed, wielded in He Ying's hand like a black streak of lightning, flickering. Yu Hong fought honorably, using punches, kicks, palms, and claws, responding to each move quickly. He was much slower than his opponent, but his immense strength made a difference. One punch, if it didn't hit, was fine, but if it did, it immediately knocked the black sword off balance, causing the mana to scatter. The reassembly required more time, giving him more breathing room. Moreover, Yu Hong's mana combined with his physical body made his defense strong. The black sword barely scratched him unless he couldn't dodge, leaving only shallow marks. These marks quickly healed under a pale golden light. I remember the little junior brother hasn't really practiced our sect's immortal realm attack techniques. Bai Shang hesitated outside the array. Yes, he indeed has not chosen any strong attack secret techniques. Yu Shuezi nodded. What he uses is still the chaotic god heavenly eye skill he knew before joining our sect. Although it is a lost superior martial art, it is still just martial arts unlike our immortal Dao techniques. It mainly cultivates inner strength. But what's with little junior brother's monstrous strength? Bai Shang frowned. Clearly, I observed carefully, and his true essence usage was just the normal output of late-stage Golden Core. But when he strikes, it's immediately several times stronger. It's outrageous. Yu Shuezi shook her head. I can't figure it out either. It should be your little junior brother's natural monstrous strength. Bai Shang was speechless. watching as He Ying began using nascent soul early-stage power to enhance the black sword. He felt somewhat shocked. It's astonishing enough that little junior brother's cultivation was rising fast. But now even his combat power could surpass levels. Is this the level of a genius immortal seed? Enough! At this moment, Yu Shuezi spoke to stop them. The result is clear. With a slight flick of her finger, a pure white true yuan turned into a white line, instantly cutting between Yu Hong and He Ying, forming an extremely hard barrier, separating the two. In the center of the field, He Ying's face was flushed with frustration as she gripped the black sword, wanting to continue. Yu Hong, on the other hand, remained calm as if he had just gone through a routine warm-up. All right, I can see the basic situation clearly now, it's enough, Yu Shuezi said. I have a rough idea about Zheng Rou's magic treasure. After returning this time, come here again in 3 days. Yes, master. Yu Hong immediately bowed. He Ying also followed suit in greeting. She was really confused from the beating. She had suppressed her cultivation to the golden core late stage, yet her true yuan at the late stage was still not enough to match Yu Hong. Despite having the same true yuan output, and she even output a bit faster, she still couldn't win. And it wasn't just a minor loss. The disparity was so vast that she was completely crushed. This left her no choice but to use her nascent soul power. Otherwise, she would have been forced out of the field after a few exchanges. He Ying, you will take your junior disciple out to train later. Is that all right? Focus more on cultivation and stop fooling around with your senior brother all day long, Yu Shuezi reprimanded. Even though Yu Hong's performance in this duel was surprising, He Ying's reaction left him somewhat disappointed. Understood. He Ying reluctantly bowed her head. After the test, the disciples gathered around to ask Yu Shuezi some questions about their cultivation difficulties. They also inquired about Yu Hong's recent outings, and Bai Shang talked about his recent inspections of the surrounding planets. Because a large number of black tide monsters have appeared recently, I decided to look for the source around us. The low-level monsters from the ordinary gates of despair pose no threat to us, but if the radiation becomes strong enough, extremely powerful top-tier monsters might emerge, like immortal-level, or even contamination-level terrifying entities. Bai Sheng narrated while sitting cross-legged in the pavilion, with others sitting around him, listening intently. After destroying more than 10 gates of despair in a row, I finally made a discovery. He paused and took a sip of tea. On a small asteroid near fixed star Ningyang, I found a special night pool. Night pool? Isn't that the so-called malicious wishing device created by the Black Disaster to tempt fools? He Ying asked doubtfully. Yes, but this night pool is different. If the previous ones were crude versions, this one is much more refined and complete. The difference is significant. It seems like something is being nurtured inside, and there are 4 strong monsters guarding around it, so I couldn't get close to observe it carefully, Bai Sheng answered. Even you, senior brother, couldn't get close. It seems the night pool has a very high level. Quan He said. Indeed, in that case, I'll go check it out with you later. If possible, we'll destroy it. You all stay on the mining star and stay vigilant, Yu Shuezi said solemnly. Yes. They all nodded in response. Additionally, Zheng Rou, it's best to keep your black spirit within Wanchua Palace for now, just in case. Yu Shuezi specifically looked at Yu Hong. Right now, Yu Hong was his hope for leaving Mining Star in the future. Even if not for leaving Mining Star, with Yu Hong's exhibited talent, he might have a chance of becoming a golden immortal in the future. By then, Wanchua Palace would once again shine because of him. The reason it's just a chance is that achieving high-level realms and cultivation isn't solely based on talent. Many factors like timing, environment, and experience through numerous hardships are required. Talent is merely a necessary condition, but having talent does not guarantee becoming a golden immortal. After giving some words of advice, Yu Shuezi dismissed everyone. Quan He did not return to Black Spirit with Yu Hong but went to her self-built crane spirit house instead. It was a new safe house she built by imitating Black Spirit, but its strength was far inferior to Black Spirit, so it was temporarily built within Wanchua Palace for protection. Yu Hong performed an instantaneous movement and appeared directly in front of Black Spirit Gate, about to open the door and enter when a golden light flashed across the sky behind him. The halo illuminated the Black Spirit Gate with a faint golden hue. He quickly turned back and saw a large mass of surging black tide falling swiftly from beyond the atmosphere in the direction north of Wanchua Palace's sky. In the black tide, countless black disaster monsters were squeezed together, twisted and bizarre, emitting a nauseating noise that made people feel extremely uncomfortable. They moved like waves, flowing like liquid, scattering in large swathes. Below, above the numerous palace buildings of Wanchua Palace, a layer of golden protective shield appeared. As soon as the protective shield came into contact with the black tide monsters, it ignited them, turning them into golden torches, illuminating the surroundings. The golden flames spread rapidly around, quickly igniting the entire sky filled with black tide monsters. "Don't worry, I will handle it," Yu Shuezi's voice sounded in his ear. Yu Hong nodded quickly and bowed. Then he turned to open the door and went inside. After entering, he stood by the window, staring at the sky above Wanchua Palace where the black tide was being set ablaze. The black tide continued to plummet endlessly, but before it could fully descend, it was ignited into golden flames and burned to ashes in midair. From afar, it looked like a giant golden torch was burning above the white palatial structures of Wanchua Palace. So this is contamination? He was deeply shocked. He had clearly sensed that Master had only used a tiny bit of mana just now. But even that tiny bit had first ignited a small part of the black tide outside the light shield. Starting from that small part, it rapidly spread around, turning the entire sky full of black tide monsters into fuel within seconds. Contamination is essentially high-level power crushing low-level power. Or perhaps, it's the rapid spreading. Yu Hong looked up at the golden flames in the sky and felt something. Master's power was indeed terrifying, and the contamination realm was far beyond his current understanding. Seeing the situation stabilize, Yu Hong swiftly lowered the shield and returned to the main control room, sitting cross-legged. His trait fusion was about to be completed. He was always filled with anticipation for new traits. This was like drawing lots. Although most of the time there wasn't anything particularly good. What if? Chapter 552. On the back of the star there was a small red asteroid. The surface of the asteroid was filled with meteor craters, illuminated by the golden starlight. Except for the giant star, the sky was a pitch-black starry expanse. Without atmospheric protection, the radiation intensity of the sunlight here was hundreds of times that of a mining star. Swish! A white figure silently appeared above the asteroid. The figure was dressed in a white Taoist robe, holding a snow-white sword, looking down at the surface of the star. The figure was none other than Yu Shuezi from Wanchua Palace. The Night Pool. His divine sense scanned, and soon locked onto a meteor crater mountain range on the side of the star. In the shadows within the mountain range, for massive black shadows were lying low, guarding an oval pool made of black crystal. From the pool, a huge amount of black mist continuously surged out, with a hint of purple light flickering within. It really is a special night pool. Yu Shuezi's expression changed slightly. From those four monsters, he vaguely sensed a strange danger. It wasn't the power of the four monsters that posed a threat, but the other aura they carried was the terrifying aura of the unconscious bodies. How can there be unconscious bodies here? Has the black disaster spread this quickly? Yu Shuezi's expression grew serious. Thinking for a moment, he flew towards the direction of the night pool. The next second, the four massive black shadows, like mountains, looked up in this direction. Boom! A white light exploded above the night pool, instantly covering the four black shadows. Yu Shuezi released a piercing white light from his entire body and plummeted down like a meteor. The terrifying immortal power disintegrated and destroyed the four massive black beasts in less than 2 seconds. Along with the night pool, which also exploded and turned into countless black mists, dispersing. Yu Shuezi retracted his immortal power, looked down, confirmed the destruction was thorough, and was about to turn and leave. But immediately, his brow furrowed, noticing a pitch-black hole in the depth of the crater where the night pool was located, floating in the air and emanating a deep, unknown cold aura. He pondered for a moment and quickly approached. This is? Asterisk. 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 The sky grew dark. In the black spirit safety house on the mining star, Yu Hong sat cross-legged in meditation, his body emitting a faint golden light. It was the invisible halo naturally emitted by the golden core, gathering all his essence, chi, and energy. He was cultivating and waiting for the last moment of trait fusion. After multiple fusions, he had realized that simple mortal martial fusion did not bring much improvement. He had to consider changing the current situation and practice a higher-level martial arts cultivation technique. At this moment, there was still more than half an hour until the countdown. Yu Hong concentrated and calmed his mind, cultivating the Qingwei heart technique while slowly waiting. Little junior brother, come to Wanchua Palace quickly. Something has happened. Suddenly, Bai Shang's voice transmission sounded in his ear. Yu Hong was stunned. Then his complexion immediately became solemn. He got up and flashed to the door, opening it and stepping out. Locking the door, he moved his mind, instantly disappearing from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the gate of Wanchua Palace. Following Bai Shang's aura as a locator, Yu Hong flashed again, directly appearing in a square white-side hall. Inside the hall, Bai Shang and Heiying were already there, but Quan He had not arrived yet, probably still on the way. Yu Hong had just steadied himself when he saw that Master Yu Shuezi, looking pale, was sitting quietly on a white jade meditation mat in the center, surrounded by layers of golden light array rotating around him. What happened? He vaguely guessed the situation. Master is injured, Bai Shang said seriously. I was patrolling the palace, checking various arrays, when I suddenly saw Master descending from the sky, rushing in here silently to start healing. Yu Hong nodded and carefully examined Yu Shuezi. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a subtle issue. There was an extremely dense black disaster red value aura lingering on Yu Shuezi. He was very familiar with the black disaster red value. After all, they had been fighting against it from the beginning using various tools for a long time. At this moment, he immediately identified the crux of the problem. Wait a moment. Don't be hasty, Bai Shang said in a deep voice from the side. Master's condition should be stable now. Let's each wait a bit.
Yu Hong nodded.
Soon Quan He arrived too. Seeing this scene, his expression quickly became serious. The four of them sat around, meditating and cultivating, quietly waiting. About 10 minutes later, the golden light array around Yu Shuezi slowly dissipated. He weakly opened his eyes and took a breath. I was careless. I went to investigate that strange night pool and didn't expect to be ambushed by experts from the Heavenly Sun sect. Although I repelled them in time, I got a bit injured. He looked at the four of them. You don't need to worry. This is just overexertion. I had to kill them more than 10 times to drive them away. Is it an immortal realm cultivator? Bai Shang asked in a deep voice. It should correspond to the Ascension Period realm. The immortal realm is not so easy to enter our sect's star domain array. Mainly, the experts of the Heavenly Sun sect attracted an unconscious body. A powerful Ascension Period unconscious body that can revive in an instant, Yu Shuezi said helplessly. After a pause, he continued. Fortunately, we managed to repel it. Otherwise, rumble. Before his words had fallen, the Wanchua Palace suddenly shook violently a few times. Everyone's expression changed as they urgently sensed outside the palace. At this moment, outside the palace, the massive black tide that was continuously burning began to press down despite the death and injury. Among them, faint figures draped in black robes with deathly pale skin floated over the mining star. Each of these black-robed people had a black sun pattern on their foreheads. The Heavenly Sun sect. These persistent enemies have caught up. Yu Shuezi's face slightly changed. But don't worry, with the sect's grand array, they can't come down. But we also can't get out, Heiying said coldly. We are just an ordinary mining star. Why would we attract trouble from the Heavenly Sun sect? This group of opportunists never act without profit. There aren't enough living beings here for them to devour and replenish their knowledge. If they suffer too much loss, it would be counterproductive for them. What is going on? Yu Shuezi couldn't understand. Only Yu Hong seemed to have thought of something and had some guesses. But knowing the real situation of Wanchua Palace that Yu Shuezi reacted to, he knew it was useless to say anything now. He decided to call the corrupt traveler elder later to ask about the situation. Everyone, don't run around during this time. Stay hidden in Wanchua Palace. Although we are not afraid of them coming down, the Black Disaster's strongest point is various infiltrations. I need time to heal, only then can I exert the full power of the sect's grand array. So be patient, Yu Shuezi advised. Next, he assigned a few cautionary tasks and then continued laying down the golden light array, resuming his healing process. Yu Hong wanted to give the recovery necklace to his master, so when the others dispersed for cultivation, he took off the necklace and walked towards Yu Shuezi alone. It's useless. Suddenly, the voice of the corrupt traveler sounded in his ear. This treasure only works for you. It's useless for anyone else. Elder. Yu Hong paused in his tracks, asking softly, It's me. If you have time, come here, the corrupt traveler continued. At the next moment, a black directional arrow appeared in front of him, floating in mid-air. Yu Hong glanced at his master Yu Shuezi, seeing that he was still meditating and healing with no reaction. Only then did he follow the arrow and turn to leave. Passing through several Taoist palaces, soon, he saw the corrupt traveler with a massive tumor on his back in a corridor outside a row of washrooms. The corrupt traveler was examining a large black arm emerging from a crack in the corridor wall. The black arm groped around wildly, occasionally being slapped or hit by the corrupt traveler. He seemed to be having a lot of fun. Elder, Yu Hong said in a deep voice, stopping a few meters away. Want to go and see the real mining star? The real Wanchua Palace? The corrupt traveler turned around and looked at Yu Hong. His black hair covered his eyes. Only the lower half of his face with a strange smile could be seen. Is it possible? Yu Hong trembled and asked again. Others can't, but you can, the corrupt traveler replied. All right. Yu Hong nodded without hesitation. Very well. The corrupt traveler's smile widened. He turned around and pointed at the wall. Hiss! A black hole as tall as a person suddenly opened on the smooth white wall. Gomein! He took the lead and stepped into it. The black hole remained, waiting for Yu Hong to enter. Yu Hong took a deep breath and stepped into it. Swish! The darkness before his eyes flashed and was gone, followed by a dim white light. A large gray and white ruin appeared before him. Some broken plaques were buried under collapsed walls, with only the parts exposed above the ground barely recognizable as some side halls of Wanchua Palace. This kind of ruin stretched continuously in front of Yu Hong until it reached the end of his vision, densely packed. The corrupt traveler stood beside him on the left. Look back, he reminded. Yu Hong slowly turned his head, his pupils constricting instantly. Behind him, 100 meters away in the gray and white ruins, was a grotesque figure in a black robe with disheveled hair. Their legs were made of countless black roots. The figure had its back to him, raising a hand to resist the endless black tide monsters ahead. The black tide monsters here included countless three-headed giants of an inky green color, massive decaying black dragons with 6 eyes and black wings, and warriors with 8 arms resembling hideous Azuras. Each type released a terrorizing red value far exceeding the war level. These are the Holy Wolf Legion, the army under the Black Disaster Knight Mother Tree's Holy Tower faction, the corrupt traveler explained. They want to destroy the red sky fruit.
Yu Hong understood instantly.
His gaze turned to the emaciated figure standing alone against the army. Who is that, able to single-handedly block such a terrifying large army? He is called Feng Shuezi, the corrupt traveler smiled. More accurately, he is your senior uncle. Senior uncle. Yu Hong squinted, instantly connecting many things together. The force of the Heavenly Sun sect you were dealing with was actually just a bit that accidentally leaked from here. The battle here has been going on for several days already, the corrupt traveler explained. Letting you come in to see the situation here is to make you understand that the red sky fruit brings greater hope, as well as greater pressure from those attempting to destroy that hope. If we maintained the previous slow demise, no one would care. But Feng Shuizi does not accept this fate. Because of your appearance, he does not accept it. The corrupt traveler patted Yu Hong's shoulder. Chapter 553. What is fate? It is a predetermined trajectory, a fixed future. But will the future truly be fixed? Yu Hong did not know. Perhaps the grand phenomenon would confine people within certain bounds. Just like after he acquired the black mark, he was destined to rise amidst the dark source disaster. Many things can determine the lower limit. The upper limit might require a lot of elements to reach. But the lower limit does not need that much. The red sky fruit might already be affecting Feng Shuizi's lower limit. Yu Hong watched the figure over there holding back countless black tide creatures, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. So, the real danger has always been blocked by Uncle Master Feng Shuizi, which is why on the other side of reality. You're wrong. This is the reality, the true mining star. Where you were before was a powerful closed array set by Feng Shuizi. Although that array has started to be infiltrated by some impurities, it's still much safer compared to the outside reality. The corrupt traveler explained. I brought you in to make you understand what you'll face in the future. Yu Shuizi is sealed by the array and can't hear the truth of this reality. But you're different from all of them. He continued. Actually, Quan He is also different, but she is far behind you. So we have great expectations for you. I'm just a low-level golden core stage, Yu Hong said dejectedly. But you can cultivate the red sky fruit. The corrupt traveler smiled. I understand. What else do you need, senior? Just tell me.
Yu Hong instantly understood.
Straightforward. I like straightforward people like you. The corrupt traveler patted his shoulder again. Then he suddenly thrust his hand into the huge tumor on his back with a swish. His hand, covered with dark red blood, pulled out of the tumor, holding a silver object that looked like a miniature building block model, resembling a circular toy. This is a melting breath-level heavy-duty defense belt, heavily damaged, about 60% broken. If you can repair it, it can ensure the safety of the entire Reality Wanchua Palace for 50 years. Yu Hong was stunned. So powerful? He took over the palm-sized silver object. It looked like a metal ring, with many intricate symbols carved on the inner side, and dark golden fluorescence densely floated in the middle. These light dots seemed to appear out of nowhere, constantly disappearing and regenerating. Give it a try. The corrupt traveler's tone was full of encouragement. Yu Hong glanced at Feng Shuizi, then at the object in his hand. Did this guy think too highly of him? He stretched out his hand, placed it on the heavy-duty defense belt, and with a thought, added some skin flakes from his own skin as additional materials for enhancement. Enhance the heavy-duty defense belt. Direction. Random. He decided to test it first. A black line flashed. As expected, the black mark was still powerful, and the corrupt traveler senior in close proximity did not notice anything. Soon, the black line flowed into the heavy-duty defense belt, and a clear countdown appeared, April 11th, 1504. A bit long, but acceptable. Yu Hong looked at the defense belt, and he instantly understood that this thing was harder to repair than the red sky fruit, probably due to the high degree of damage. How about it? Can it be repaired? The corrupt traveler asked, his tone carrying a hint of expectation. This can, but it will take some time and the cost.
Yu Hong hésita-t-elle.
As long as it can be repaired. The corrupt traveler obviously breathed a sigh of relief. If you can repair it, I'll give you another item of the same level. Yu Hong's eyes lit up, immediately thinking of the recovery necklace from before. This level of good stuff was something he couldn't even dream of before. The recovery necklace had no level restrictions on its recovery. At least the corrupt traveler senior did not mention any level requirements. which means it might allow him to recover every 10 seconds regardless of his level. Okay, leave it to me. Yu Hong immediately pounded his chest to assure. This thing is indeed very complex, but I have some insight from studying repair techniques for many years. The corner of the corrupt traveler's mouth curled up without speaking. He and Feng Shuizi had long suspected that this repairability was likely a superpower of Yu Hong himself. After observing in the dark for a long time, they had discovered that Yu Hong always had various inexplicable magical abilities. His research abilities were indeed good, but the repair technique that went far beyond his own realm was beyond logical explanation. So he just listened to Yu Hong's words lightly. By the way, the necklace I gave you, you need to know it's useful against most of the troubles you might encounter. Injuries, diseases, toxins, curses, negative effects, etc., but it's not omnipotent and has limits. Otherwise, we could have used it to recover from our own injuries long ago. The corrupt traveler reminded. Of course, its limit is very high, enough for you to use until the Golden Immortal level. For now, it is essentially unlimited recovery for you. No need to worry. At the Golden Immortal level, it's not that it can't heal, but it becomes unnecessary as the Golden Immortal can self-recover at any time. Golden Immortal, huh? Understood.
Yu Hong nodded.
That was too far off. He didn't even need to think about it. All right, Feng Shuizi, do you want to greet your apprentice nephew? The corrupt traveler suddenly shouted towards the distant Feng Shuizi. Feng Shuizi was speechless. He had been maintaining his posture for so long to create the heavy impression of a lone hero for Yu Hong to inspire loyalty towards the sect. But the shout from the corrupt traveler ruined much of that atmosphere. He rarely comes. Shouldn't you have a good chat? The corrupt traveler laughed. Am I in a state to chat? Can't you see how weak, powerless, and on the verge of collapse I am? Feng Shuizi couldn't hold back and turned around yelling. You see, his spirit is still very strong, don't worry. The corrupt traveler turned back and smiled at Yu Hong. If he was really about to collapse, he wouldn't even have the energy to speak. Yu Hong was speechless, looking at Feng Shuizi, who was full of energy and glaring at him, feeling slightly more at ease. He saw Feng Shuizi's palm in front, continuously releasing pure golden light. The golden light rapidly expanded, forming a light screen, becoming a giant light wall that connected heaven and earth, firmly blocking the black tide. All the monsters that touched the light wall would quickly ignite in golden flames, turning into torches and burning up within seconds. Clearly, this was an energy level he couldn't comprehend. Rest assured, Martial Uncle. I will not fail you and will repair the heavy defense belt as soon as possible. He bowed deeply towards Feng Shuizi in the distance. I believe you. This place is not suitable for you to stay long. Once you've finished observing, leave quickly. Feng Shuizi's eyes softened as they settled on Yu Hong. Yes, please, take care, Martial Uncle. Yu Hong bowed again. Now he understood, whether looking at the records in the classical books or judging from various signs, Feng Shuizi was the pillar supporting Wanchua Palace, preventing it from being destroyed by the source disaster. Previously, he had always been puzzled. Wanchua Palace on the Mining Star, clearly situated in the depths of the source disaster, faced far less danger than many other places outside. It now seemed, Yu Hong's gaze fell on the endless swarm of black tide monsters outside the golden light wall. Any one of the monsters out there emitted an extremely horrifying red value radiation, much stronger than those like Marissa he had faced before. And here, they threw themselves forward, attempting to extinguish even the smallest golden flame from Martial Uncle. Here, they could only act as cannon fodder, with the mere hope of living an extra second being a rare luxury. Martial Uncle, just how strong is the source disaster? He suddenly asked. The source disaster has no end, but being able to preserve your strength within it is a visible feat. Feng Shuizi softly replied. If you can reach the Golden Immortal level, you will see that realm too. I understand.
Yu Hong nodded.
All right, don't delay anymore, go now. Feng Shuizi forced a slight smile onto his face. Don't worry. These trash in front of us are just a breeze to me, not worth mentioning. Please excuse me then, I will come to see you again later, Yu Hong said. Enough stalling. The corrupt traveler grabbed Yu Hong's shoulder. Let's go. Swoosh. In the next second, the two disappeared from the spot. Only Feng Shuezi remained, standing amidst the ruins, sighing. His gaze sharpened again as he looked at the black tide monsters ahead. In the depths of the countless black tide monsters, a humanoid black shadow with extremely elongated arms stood silently, staring at him through the creatures. The shadow's arms spread wide open, the length several times its body, resembling two thin lines attached to its form. Have you come? Tree puppet. Feng Shuezi's eyes became serious as a semicircular halo faintly appeared behind him, with dozens of colorful planets revolving within it. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In front of the Black Spirit safety house, the corrupt traveler placed the heavy defense belt in Yu Hong's hands. It's all up to you. How long will it take to repair it? About 5 months.
Yu Hong repliait.
This matter was urgent, and he planned to set aside everything else and begin the repairs as soon as he finished integrating the trait. Good. I look forward to your good news. I also have something great prepared for you. The corrupt traveler was in high spirits. To be honest, before meeting you, I always felt gloomy and hopeless, seeing nothing but a bleak future. But now it's different. For some reason, I feel like the future will be different from the past. You flatter me, Senior. Yu Hong felt it was a bit exaggerated. It's not exaggerated at all. You underestimate your impact. The corrupt traveler patted Yu Hong's shoulder again. Keep it up. I have many good things waiting for you to repair and many treasures for you to exchange, he said, laughing. It was a laugh completely different from before. The previous sense of oddity and pessimistic gloom had entirely vanished. Amidst the laughter, the corrupt traveler disappeared. Yu Hong was left standing at the safety house's entrance, looking out at the dense sea of trees, exhaling deeply. He turned, opened the door, entered, and locked it behind him. He went straight to the cultivation room and started a new round of seclusion. His master Yu Shuezi was injured, and he had to swiftly complete his current tasks and consolidate his strength to deal with the potential dangers and troubles that might arise. Yu Hong sat cross-legged, activated the cultivation room defense array, closed his eyes, and entered the consciousness space. Time passed, and the sky outside gradually darkened. The array above Wanshua Palace continued emitting golden light, contending with the overwhelming descending black tide. The golden flames burned fiercely, illuminating half the mining star, turning night into bright day. Yu Hong, using this golden light, waited for the fusion with the black mark to be completed. The golden light streamed through the window, casting a faint golden hue on half of his face. He entered the corner of his mind where the trait light ball was, seeing the final minute of the countdown. He waited a moment. Click. Finally, the countdown reached 0. The entire light ball flashed slightly, then became still. Yu Hong felt a surge of joy, quickly stepping forward to touch it. Fusion of ancient moon divinity and heaven and earth rotation complete. Acquiring new trait. Ancient moon divinity. Chapter 554. Yu Hong was speechless. What does adding one more word mean? The more ancient, the more powerful. Regarding the moon god, he understood it to be a member of the star gods like Agrius, only polluted. Compared to those faith gods, it was on a completely different level. But after fusing for so long, only one word was added. Harboring a bit of doubt, he continued to check the new trait prompt. Ancient moon divinity. It is rumored that in the ancient times, the moon was enormously vast without a physical form. It was the essence of all darkness, the source of all een. The moon god of that time was not anthropomorphic like later, having no consciousness or cognition, merely a massive conglomerate of pure power. At its core, 99 divinities were nurtured, eventually evolving into 99 different levels of ancient star gods, with the ancient moon god being one of them. Divinity fusion successful. You have obtained the essence of the primordial star god. You have obtained moon's glory. Essence of the primordial star god. A subordinate ability of the ancient moon divinity, It allows oneself to grow rapidly over time, with no innate limitations. Moon's glory. You have inherited the glory of the ancient moon god, increasing your physique by 600%. Yu Hong seemed to have unlocked a key switch upon seeing this final message. Instantly, his entire body rapidly heated up. A powerful, intensely cold aura, akin to a cold disaster, surged from the trait light ball, flooding every part of his body. Despite the icy cold aura, his body rapidly heated up, as if being rapidly tempered and strengthened in the process. This enhancement lasted only a few seconds before quickly fading. Yu Hong opened his eyes to see his reflection in the window. He had grown taller. Just after the successful trait fusion, in just over 10 seconds, he had shot up to 3 meters tall. Indeed, my body strength has greatly increased. Yu Hong clenched his fist. Without a point of reference, it was hard to judge the exact effects of the enhancement. However, the greatest advantage of a strengthened physique was the ability to deliver more powerful attacks and defenses. Since this ancient moon divinity enhances physique so simply and crudely, and the giant tiger form also enhances it simply and crudely, why not try fusing the two together? Given the situation with Feng Shuezi and the confrontation over Wanchua Palace, Yu Hong was feeling the pressure. What he urgently needed was a trump card that could immediately enhance his strength. Cultivation speed was something for the late stage. He needed a trait that could enhance him right now. Without hesitation, he fused the newly acquired ancient moon divinity with the giant tiger form. Instantly, the two large light balls merged, and a new countdown appeared, 13 hours and 9 minutes. Confirming the fusion with the black mark, the countdown began to blink, indicating the start of the fusion. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Outside the mining star, on the dark side of a planet untouched by the star's light, Holy Tower Master Geshe and Heavenly Sun Sect Hierarch Ancient Rong Mountain stood side by side before a gigantic black monster skeleton, waiting. Time passed by the minute and the second, and in the blink of an eye 3 hours had gone by. Finally, a point of purple flame appeared out of nowhere within the gigantic black monster's skeleton. The flame burned silently at first, floating as if it were a rootless fire that a gust of wind could extinguish. But soon, the flame swelled and grew, becoming over 5 meters tall and more than 3 meters wide, transforming into a long rectangular purple flame door. From within the door emerged a bizarre figure, covered in violet cracks, from which purple fire continuously burst forth. Welcome, child of the Mother Tree. Holy Tower Master Geshe and Heavenly Sun Sect Hierarch Ancient Rong Mountain quickly bowed and cupped their fists in greeting. Enemy? Where? The figure's voice was a hoarse roar, intermittent, as if it could not articulate properly. Yet, the two did not dare to show any negligence. The child of the Mother Tree was the closest messenger to the Mother Tree, a tree puppet or black puppet, who could barely maintain a shred of consciousness, making it extremely formidable. Simply put, in terms of the immortal realm level, it was nearly at the position of a heavenly venerate. However, it lacked the intelligence of a heavenly venerate, with thoughts and awareness as muddled as a beast's, barely able to discern friend from foe. Here, Geshe raised his hand and pointed. Instantly, a complete image of the mining star appeared in the space between them. There's a remnant chaos body golden immortal here, resisting the fusion of the Mother Tree's offspring, he said in a deep voice. You should have seen that person through the black tide in a special way before. That person's name is Feng Shuezi. Good. The child of the Mother Tree nodded slightly. Whoosh! In the next instant, he vanished from where he stood. The purple flame door quickly extinguished, leaving Geshe and Ancient Rong Mountain, both breathing a sigh of relief. Didn't Feng Shuezi just break through? With the child of the Mother Tree dispatched now, he's a goner. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about the child of the Mother Tree losing control midway and taking us down with him, Ancient Rong Mountain said helplessly. His massive form was now huddled on the ground, surprisingly giving off a pitiful aura. I understand. The immense power brought by chaos harms both enemies and allies. This child of the mother tree, known as Zika, has been deployed 3 times over billions of years. Twice, it destroyed its subordinate armies right along with its enemies. I only have enough cognition reserves to resurrect once. If I get killed, it will be very difficult to find a suitable source to replenish my cognition around here, Geshe said in a low tone. Let's check the outskirts together then, while Feng Shuizi hasn't been dealt with yet. Ancient Rong mountainside. There's nothing left to consume on the outskirts. Geshe shook his head. No, there are still a few spots. A sinister smile appeared on the massive, pudgy face of ancient Rong Mountain. Are you referring to those small universes nurtured by the Elemental Emperor? Geshe seemed to have thought of something. He maintains cognition by nurturing small universes and constantly initiating universe wars to reap cognition. This method is actually worth learning from. If it weren't for the Great Annihilation, I would have done the same with a few worlds. Unfortunately, I woke up too late. Ancient Rong Mountain nodded. But the Elemental Emperor is a ruler on the same level as the Candle Dragon Star Lord. He is the strongest, infinitely close to the child of the Mother Tree. If we get discovered, everything's going to disappear. What are you still worried about? Ancient Rong Mountain dismissed it nonchalantly. Geshe fell silent too. Why did they surrender and choose to merge with the source disaster in the first place? It was to avoid facing death, facing disappearance, wasn't it? Now there are only a few options left to choose from. Fine. After completing the Mother Tree's mandatory task here, we'll do it together. That's it, my brothers. We'll advance and retreat together, sharing fortune and adversity. Ancient Rong Mountain laughed. Which universes of the Elemental Emperor are the nearest? There are 4 types: Arcane, Abyssal, Heaven, and Hell. They are all adjacent to each other, with many intelligent beings, enough for you and me to replenish our resurrection dozens of times. That's too slow. I worry something might happen soon. Geshe shook his head. What do you propose then? Ancient Rong Mountain frowned. I'll devour 2/3 of the Holy Tower first, and you distribute some from your side to me. Let's first replenish cognition for 1 resurrection. All right. Ancient Rong Mountain didn't mind at all. For them, subordinates below could always be replenished in large quantities. After all, there were always those afraid of death all around. How do you plan to absorb it? Geshe extended his right hand, revealing a golden diamond-shaped crystal in his palm. This is my seed of calamity. Just throw it into space as usual. Leave it to me. Ancient Rong Mountain grinned. If only we had the power of the child of the Mother Tree, we wouldn't need to be covert. We could just devour and annihilate everything directly. Geshe sighed. Abandoning consciousness would achieve that. Ancient Rong Mountain stated, chaos is the ladder to power. If we give up, we can immediately become the next child of the Mother Tree. Would you be willing? Geshe asked. Ancient Rong Mountain remained silent. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next morning, outside Wanshua Palace, Yu Hong, Quan He, Bai Shang, and Haiying gathered outside the palace gate, looking up at the large swathes of black tide falling from the sky. Are you ready? Haiying led Yu Hong, while Bai Shang led Quan He. The 2 groups planned to head in different directions to fend off small groups of invading black tide. Ready. Yu Hong and Quan He responded together. There are 3 invasion points on the mining star: Yellow Leaf State, Centipede Mountain, and Red Stone Plain. I'll go to Yellow Leaf State with Yu Hong, and you 2 go to Centipede Mountain. After handling those, we will regroup at Red Stone Plain. Any issues? None. Bai Sheng nodded. Then let's move. Haiying patted the black sword, and a small, sleek black ship about 10 meters long appeared out of nowhere behind her. The ship looked like a small fish, with some colorful flower and cute animal stickers on its sides. It was styled like a standard wooden sailboat, protected by layers of translucent array light screens around it. Off we go, little fish. Haiying led the way, flying up and landing on the ship's deck. I'm not called little fish. Could you please call me by my full name, senior sister? Yu Hong followed her, landing lightly at a point on the deck behind Haiying. Our task this time is to eliminate the small groups of black tide that have infiltrated, preventing them from affecting the erase operation and weakening its defensive effect. Originally, I planned to take you out for experience later, but we might as well start now. Catch this. He Ying suddenly threw a black phoenix-shaped jade pendant. Yu Hong caught it and inspected it. The pendant was about the size of a walnut, depicting a phoenix soaring into the sky. What is this? This is a magic treasure from Master for you. It's a black phoenix jade. By channeling your true Yuan into it, you can summon a powerful phoenix corresponding to your current realm to help you attack enemies or cover your escape from strong foes. If the phoenix dies, you can summon it again, so don't worry about it being damaged. He Ying explained casually. The level of a magic treasure corresponds to our cultivation realm. Only a treasure of the same level can fully harness the power of your true Yuan at that level. Understood. Thank you for the treasure, Master.
Yu Hong nodded.
This was quite similar to his Heavenly River summoning, but his current Heavenly River secret technique and summoned Fear Shadow didn't match the danger outside. His strongest summoning couldn't even deal with many Golden Core Undying level foes, only being useful for weaker targets. This magic treasure came at just the right time. However, more than the treasure, he was now looking forward to his new fusion trait. The fusion of giant tiger form and ancient moon divinity. What kind of powerful trait would it produce? He was very much looking forward to it. By now, 9 hours had passed since the fusion began last night. Chapter 555. The Mining Star Yellow Leaf State. The black fish-shaped ship rapidly enlarged in the sky and soon hovered 100 meters above the ground. On the ship's deck, Yu Hong and He Ying stood together, looking down. The ground below was flat and covered with massive yellow dead leaves, layered upon each other, gleaming with a golden hue. Each dead leaf here was more than 10 meters wide and long, with some as large as buildings, which was extremely exaggerated. In the middle of the land stood giant bald white trees, tall and straight, embedded among the leaves. The white trees were almost the size of cities, with trunks as transparent as jade, bearing marks of patches and the passage of time on their surface. This is Yellow Leaf State. The ground here is formed by layers of fallen leaves from these giant yellow trees. Although it looks solid, the ground is actually very deep, with countless layers of yellow leaves piled up to this height. Be careful, He Ying cautioned.
Understood? Yu Hong nodded.
Where are the black tide monsters? He looked around, not spotting any black tide creatures. Since it's a small infiltration, it won't openly roam around. We need to find these black tide first, He Ying said, taking out a purple talisman, which burned to ashes with a shake. She then closed her eyes, seemingly sensing something. After a while, she abruptly opened her eyes. 20 kilometers southeast. With a swish, the ship turned and accelerated towards the southeast. Soon, in the yellow leaves below, thin black creatures began to appear among the giant leaves. These wriggling creatures resembled black, eyeless maggots with dark red cracks on their backs, releasing thick black mist that polluted the surroundings. Those are black lineworms, ranging from Qi refinement realm to foundation establishment stage. They can be easily handled, but they're just tools for the black tide to transform the environment. After opening a gate of despair, they'll release these tools like black beetles and black lineworms to adjust the environment until it's suitable for higher-level monsters to arrive. He Ying explained seriously. So, do you want to give it a shot first? She turned to Yu Hong, who was a step behind her. Fine. How many can an average Golden Core stage handle? Yu Hong asked. These creatures are numerous and can form large pollution fields when they unite. I can handle 2,000 to 3,000 with no problem. The latter stages might be trickier, He Ying explained. All right, I'll give it a try. Yu Hong stepped to the bow of the ship and looked down. Among the vast golden leaves, he could indeed see numerous black lines wriggling and weaving in and out. They looked like black water. Yu Hong didn't use any other techniques but took out the black phoenix jade his master gave him and injected true Yuan into it. Buzz! Immediately, the black phoenix jade floated up and rapidly spun in front of his chest. Whoosh! A beam of black light shot out from the jade pendant, swiftly forming a 10-meter-long black fire phoenix in the air. The phoenix had delicate feathers, a long tail trailing flames, and black smoke rising from its back. Its strikingly white eyes stared at Yu Hong, the only white spot on its body. Go! Yu Hong commanded with his mind. Scree! The black fire phoenix cried out and dove down like a burning black meteor. In the next moment, countless black lineworms leaped up from the ground like a black sandstorm, swarming the black phoenix. Instantly, the black sand encapsulated the phoenix, forming a sphere. But then, boom! The sphere erupted with black fire from within, burning and turning countless black lineworms into ashes. Not bad, Yu Hong nodded. But couldn't I just use True Yuan to deal with these black lineworms directly? Give it a try. Haiying smiled. Yu Hong pondered, then formed a seal with one hand, gathering True Yuan to create a firebird. A simple spell with a slight change in True Yuan properties. The firebird, dark red and around the same size as the black phoenix, dove down. Sizzle. Before it got close, dozens of black lineworms leaped up, piercing through the firebird, which quickly disintegrated. This,
Yu Hong frowned.
his late-stage golden core True Yuan spell, was easily dispersed by those lineworms. It's normal. The black tide's characteristic is that the more they gather, the stronger and more resilient they become. Different star disasters have different traits. Haiying nodded. Let me try again. Yu Hong was determined, focused his mind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of Kaijing Taoists appeared, looking down. This scene made Haiying take a second glance, but only for a moment. One of the spirit disaster troops? Not bad, she commented. You're too kind. Yu Hong controlled the Kaijing Taoists to dive down, fully releasing his spiritual power. Buzz! Enormous spiritual power solidified the air with a bang, turning it into a hard wall. Countless yellow leaves shattered on the ground below, and the black worms were momentarily stilled, frozen in place. But it only lasted a few seconds. Slowly, the black worms adapted from slow to fast, quickly overcoming the suppression of the spiritual power, leaping up again like waves of the sea, instantly tackling dozens of Kaijing Taoists. In the next moment, all the Kaijing Taoists were swept away and disappeared, probably devoured by the black worms. My summons clearly can perform instantaneous movement. What's going on?
Yu Hong frowned.
When the black worms gather, they create void stiffness. This special force field can completely deprive enemies in a certain range of control for a period of time. Only sufficiently high spiritual resistance can counteract it. Even us nascent soul cultivators are somewhat affected if we don't have a protective spell in place. Haiying explained. Is it continuous stiffness or a one-time trigger? Yu Hong asked. It usually depends on the person, activating roughly once every few minutes. Quite annoying, Haiying replied. All right, do you still want to test it? Let's give it one last try, Yu Hong said after a moment of silence, still somewhat skeptical. He removed his blindfold, opened his right eye, and aimed it at the ground. Shoo! Countless colorful lights exploded from his right eye, surrounded by violet light, condensing into a thin beam shooting straight at the ground. The chaotic god Heavenly Eye and the Eye of Destruction activated simultaneously. The immortal level True Yuan of the late Golden Core stage became the energy source of this colorful beam. Shoo! 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 As the beam pierced the earth, countless tiny colorful lights burst from beneath the black worms, illuminating a circular area with a diameter of around several hundred meters. All the black worms within this area were shattered by the colorful lights, turning into black mist and dissipating. The immortal level True Yuan even continued to maintain the destructive power of this area. This move is good. Its power is comparable to the Black Phoenix Jade your teacher gave you. Does it have a name? Haiying asked with great interest. Chaotic God Light, Yu Hong sighed. He had painstakingly fused so many traits and cultivated for so long, only to find the power comparable to a magic treasure casually given by his master. It made him somewhat disappointed, but he quickly recovered. Lately, he had faintly felt that the chaotic god Heavenly Eye was finally nearing perfection. This cultivation technique had always carried his great expectations, and its impending completion should provide a good trait. After all, it was a high martial cultivation technique, far surpassing mortal martial arts. Plus, with the fusion of two powerful traits underway, it wouldn't be long before he experienced a qualitative leap in strength. Alright, that should do it. The testing is done. Let's start clearing, Haiying said, glancing at her wristwatch. Okay. How does senior sister plan to clear it? Yu Hong asked. These are just minor nuisances. I'll clear them out directly, Haiying said, gripping the sword hilt and drawing out the black sword from her back. Once the area is cleared, we will need to deal with some particularly tricky enemies one by one. Then you can cover me. I'll leave a few suitable ones for you to train with. All right?
Yu Hong nodded.
His experience was far inferior to Haiying's, so it was best to follow her arrangements. Stay sharp, Haiying said as she slowly unsheathed her sword, channeling her mana rapidly to form a small, white mist-like version of herself above her head. The small Haiying wielded a miniature black sword, her expression stern, eyes glinting with a faint silver light. Time-splitting sword technique. Chaotic wind sand. In an instant, the black sword shattered into countless black grains of sand, which scattered and fell. At first, the sand was just a small stream, but it rapidly grew, swelling into a massive black tornado column in the span of 100 meters. With an ear-piercing whistle, the black tornado landed, sweeping up countless black worms, shredding them to pieces while also grinding many yellow leaves to dust and absorbing them within. Wherever the tornado passed, it left black residual stains that automatically destroyed any new black worms passing over them. Yu Hong stood on the deck, watching the tumultuous scene below as large swathes of black worms were annihilated in the blink of an eye. When he compared it to his previous attacks, the difference was stark. At this moment, the Black Phoenix burst out from underground again, soaring back to his side, circling in midair to guard the surroundings. The time-splitting sword technique has 16 styles in total. This one is my only large-scale clearing sword technique. The rest are various types of piercing and cutting sword techniques, so handling situations like this is actually a bit strenuous for me, Haiying said as she sheathed her sword, watching below. I'm better suited for point-to-point dealing with individually powerful opponents. Indeed, Yu Hong recalled the time when he summoned Haiying for help. That earth-shattering sword strike left a deep impression on him. All right, something is coming out. Keep an eye on it. Once. Here it comes, Haiying warned, quickly drawing her sword again. Shoo! 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 A web-like black sword mark suddenly slashed downward. The black web flew out a dozen meters, colliding with a massive figure that suddenly appeared. Roar! A pale giant over 30 meters tall, covered in countless white skeletal arms, roared furiously. In the center of its chest was a black seed-like object, with numerous black roots extending throughout its body. Its head lacked eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, with only a large black maw full of sharp teeth that howled in anger. Chapter 556. 100-armed giant monster. This guy's strong enough, perfect for you to practice your skills. It's yours. Haiying raised her eyebrows and transmitted. All right. Yu Hong's mind shifted, and the Black Phoenix beside him instantly swooped towards the towering white giant, over 30 meters high. This height is nothing. Even a 200-meter black giant was just like this. But the immortal-level energy on the opponent is what makes it tricky. The 100-armed giant monster landed with a bang, leaving sticky footprints everywhere it stepped, resembling a slug, remarkably clear. There are other monsters. I'll go after them. Be careful. Haiying threw out a sentence and leaped off the deck without waiting for a response, leaving Yu Hong alone to control the Black Phoenix, starting the entanglement with the 100-armed giant monster. The Black Phoenix, covered in flames, swooped down and knocked the 100-armed giant monster staggering. Roar! The phoenix spread its claws and fiercely embedded them into the giant's shoulder flesh. But before it could exert force, its back was struck by numerous arms, sending black feathers flying and eliciting continuous screams. However, The Black Phoenix's black flames persistently burned the 100-armed giant monster, spreading from its shoulder to the surrounding areas. The areas burned by the black fire, infused with Yu Hong's late-stage Golden Core Immortal True Essence, also continually burned the 100-armed giant monster's body to pieces, vaporizing and disappearing. Bang! The 100-armed giant monster hugged the Black Phoenix and slammed it hard to the ground, but had to let go the next moment, as its neck was pecked by the phoenix, creating a large hole, white blood oozing out, causing it to scream. Man and bird madly slaughtered each other on the ground, black fire and white blood flying everywhere, corroding the ground into dense small holes. Yu Hong stood on the deck, controlling the Black Phoenix, continuously familiarizing himself with the usage of the magical artifact. During this, he also tried to release spells himself, aiming at the 100-armed giant monster, but to no avail, unable to even break its outer skeleton armor. Clearly, the attack methods he mastered, except for the chaotic god Heavenly Eye, were all outdated and ineffective against ordinary monsters. But facing enemies of the same level, his shortcomings were instantly exposed. His true Yuan's power couldn't be fully amplified or utilized. Sighing, knowing it was useless, Yu Hong could only concentrate on controlling the Black Phoenix Jade to oppose the 100-armed giant monster. Both sides began a prolonged tug-of-war. Fortunately, as he occasionally used chaotic god light for surprise attacks and the Black Phoenix constantly absorbed true Yuan to heal itself, the battle slowly tilted in his favor. While Heiying chased other monsters and Yu Hong fought the 100-armed giant monster, two pale-skinned men with sun-black markings on their foreheads stood on a giant white tree branch in the distant yellow leaf state. One man wore black armor and had a huge blade strapped to his back, roughly as wide as his waist. The other, dressed in a robe and donning a pointed black hat, resembled the legendary Black Impermanence, clutching a chain scythe. Just those two. Just two, we've probed their power levels. One at nascent soul late stage, the other at golden core late stage, both at immortal level. The nascent soul guy is tough, we probably can't handle him. But the other one seems easy enough. You or me? I'll go, after we harvest, we split 50-50. I really wonder what the higher-ups are thinking, coming to this godforsaken place with barely anyone. The robed man sighed. You're lucky. I just woke from slumber, was cleaning up a nearby small area. Barely halfway through when called here. Such a loss. The armored man sighed as well. Once I leave, the other legions will definitely seize the chance to take it. The worst part is moving alongside those entities whose consciousness is barely holding on. Added the robed man. All right, end of discussion. The nascent soul guy is gone. I'll go for the ambush, prepare to act. Got it. As soon as I'm done here, I'll join you. Okay. The two transmitted their conversation silently, simultaneously dissolving into black mist, disappearing. At this moment, on the deck, Yu Hong was still focused on wrestling with the 100-armed giant monster. Both sides continuously restored themselves, making decisive defeat impossible, resulting in prolonged attritional combat. But Yu Hong had no better option. His ultimate move was the chaotic god light, and currently, its power was comparable to the Black Phoenix. The situation remained in a stalemate, persistently unchanged. Time ticked away. Heiying hadn't returned yet. Only occasionally could Yu Hong sense large sharp auras spreading from the far distance, indicating her efforts to clear out the monsters. So he continued controlling the Black Phoenix to engage the 100-armed giant monster. 1 hour passed, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. As time went by, the 100-armed giant monster gradually weakened. After all, its recovery relied on the small infiltrating groups of black tide provided by the array. Constant attrition inevitably led to fatigue, even for such a strong entity. Probably need another 2 hours to grind it down. Yu Hong was somewhat tempted by this monster, being a top-tier golden core stage entity, perfect for replenishing the battle power reserves in the Heavenly River, assuming the Heavenly River could contain it. While Yu Hong concentrated on observing the battle below, a shadow quietly climbed from the rear of the ship like flowing water. The shadow silently infiltrated the defensive array and approached Yu Hong's feet along the deck. As time passed, closer and closer, Yu Hong's body suddenly shuddered, sensing something, but at that very moment, the shadow abruptly leaped up, mouth releasing a silent impact. A semi-transparent shockwave blasted from its mouth, directly targeting Yu Hong's head. Buzz! A massive spiritual shock suddenly hit Yu Hong's head. This is a special attack that could knock out a nascent soul stage cultivator if caught off guard. It is also the innate racial ability of the man in the black robe, enabling him to rise to a high position within the assassination squad of the Heavenly Sun sect through this extremely covert spiritual shock. All of it mine. Swallowing you. I can last another 100 years. The man in the black robe, filled with desire and anticipation, gripped his scythe tightly and swiftly thrust it toward the center of Yu Hong's back. An ambush, dizziness, and then a full-force strike taking advantage of the opponent's unpreparedness. This is his assassination technique. Bang! The man was stunned. The good news was that the scythe had accurately hit the target's back. The bad news was the opponent wasn't dizzy and had not even broken through the defense. What is this? How could it sneak onto the ship? Yu Hong was focusing on the entanglement below with the 100-armed giant demon when he suddenly felt a slight itch on his back, and he was momentarily startled. What kind of monster could silently infiltrate the ship like this? He was also scared, instinctively slapping hard. Boom! The ship trembled harshly. Something exploded in a sonic blast on the deck, disappearing in an instant. Yu Hong turned around quickly to scan, but found nothing but emptiness. Was it an illusion? He slightly frowned and scratched his back. He continued to focus on the fierce battle below. What he didn't know was that at this moment, the special spiritual barrier in his mind and the integrating ancient moon divinity were faintly glowing. The former trait increases spiritual power density by a percentage and continually amplifies the overall spiritual power by twice. The latter inherently enhances the physique by 6 times. With his current Golden Core late stage combined with the Chaotic God Heavenly Eye skill refined physique, directly strengthening by 6 times. Plus the 7-fold increase in close combat destructive power from the giant tiger form. As a result, his close combat power had far exceeded the remote True Yuan's explosive killing power. And he hadn't even noticed. Swoosh! From a distance in midair, the figure of the corrupt traveler silently emerged, frowning as he watched Yu Hong below, unaware of anything. What just happened? How did Zheng Ro suddenly explode with such strength? He had clearly sensed Yu Hong's True Yuan suddenly enhancing dozens of times at the moment he retaliated against the ambusher. After striking back and sending the ambusher flying far away, seriously injuring him, Yu Hong's True Yuan naturally returned to normal. What kind of ability is this? Fishing? The corrupt traveler couldn't understand. Yu Hong was only Golden Core late stage, but just now his momentary burst of power was at least nascent soul late stage. Except without energy level support, unable to instantly kill the ambusher with that power just now, no one below Divinity Transformation Realm could withstand it. Could he have some special treasure? This kid is mysterious, with such strong repairability. Maybe he really has some special card up his sleeve. Shaking his head, the corrupt traveler seeing the situation felt relieved. But then he frowned again, as at Wanshua Palace, Feng Shuezi was already up against the tree puppet Mother Tree's son. Ever since Feng Shuezi's breakthrough, even he had been slightly inferior. His coming out this time was also due to worry about Yu Hong's safety. Now confirmed that Yu Hong was fine, the corrupt traveler quickly sliced through space and disappeared, returning to aid Feng Shuezi in sharing the pressure. At this moment, several kilometers away from the ship, in a murky river, the man in the black robe lay on the ground, his body covered in black smoke struggling against and counteracting Yu Hong's white golden core true essence. Without completely counteracting the immortal level power, it can infinitely devour nearby material and flesh, self-growing, maintaining immortality. Even without a source to devour, Yu Hong's immortal level true essence could last at least several days and nights without extinguishing. During the confrontation of the true essence, The black-robed man endured the painful sweat as almost all his bones had fractured. His forehead was deeply indented, transformed from a sphere to a flat bead. To an ordinary person, such injury would be lethal, but for him, he had already died once, now slowly self-rescuing, expelling the golden core true essence. What just happened? The man gazed at the sky. He seemed to forget a bit. Death for them wasn't a severe consequence, but the cognitive loss and memory vanishment following death were far more terrifying. Swoosh! The next second, an armored man appeared by his side. What happened to you? His companion frowned at him. How did you get injured like this? I can't remember. The robed man looked confused. You can't die again, or you'll become one of those mindless monsters. The armored man said solemnly. I know. The robed man nodded. But my target isn't dealt with. Forget it, I'll complete the task for you, and I'll share half the cognition with you later. Rest first, we're brothers. I'll help you this time. The armored man said solemnly.
Brutally.
Be careful. The robed man was moved. The nascent soul side is temporarily held up. You must be severely injured by some hidden power attack. Don't worry, my protection is far stronger than yours, though less suitable for covert assassination, but for frontal attack, I'm stronger. The armored man said with confidence. All right. Chapter 557. On the other side, by Shang and Quan, he also stood on the spaceship, gazing at the surging mass of the black tide below. This place has already been completely overtaken by the black tide. There's no hope. By Shang's side, as is customary, you try to test your skills, experience the destructive power and lethality of your cultivation level, and thereby determine your position in the extraordinary world. All right. Quan He's expression remained unchanged, mentally prepared for this. She was also granted a magic treasure by her master, a silver-edged, palm-sized mirror with a simple and elegant appearance. Pointing the mirror downward, suddenly, with a whoosh, a pillar of silvery white light surged out. But the light pillar's descent was extremely slow, covering an area of only about 10 meters wide, turning a small section of the worms below into ash. Quan He sighed, retracting the magic treasure. I wonder how Yu Hong is doing over there. Probably facing something similar. The black tide here is much harder to deal with than outside. She felt this kind of emotion for the first time in her life. It was fresh yet tinged with a hint of melancholy. Don't worry, you're just at the foundation establishment stage. It's natural for the magic treasure's power to be small. Let me explain how to effectively combat the black tide here. Bai Shang's voice rang out beside her. Yes. Quan He responded immediately. Asterisk. 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 Boom. The black phoenix once again swooped down, finally shattering the upper body of the 100-armed giant demon. Black flames quickly spread across the remains of the 100-armed giant demon, burning it until it was turned into a massive torch, engulfing everything. Finally, Yu Hong on the spaceship breathed a sigh of relief. After grinding it down for so long, he had finally dealt with this creature. The power of the Black Phoenix was indeed impressive. Even though it had been crushed several times in between, it had always reborn using true yuan. This magic treasure clearly had an unending supply of true yuan and relentless attacks. He looked down. The land of Yellow Leaf State, once covered in countless yellow leaves, was now almost completely destroyed due to their battle. The land was now nothing but a charred black ash. This area had been burned to a black ash, resembling a huge black scar on the land of Yellow Leaf State. The remaining black tentacle worms were mostly burned to ashes in the prolonged battle. Yu Hong identified the positions of the remaining black tentacle worms. With a thought, the Black Phoenix flew out again, diving towards them. A few minutes later, the last of the black tentacle worms were cleared out. He let out a sigh of relief, about to use his magic artifact to contact Senior Sister. Kill! Suddenly, a deep roar in the night language came from the mid-air behind him. He quickly turned around to see a giant black whale, its head covered in a ghastly white bone armor, flying at high speed towards him from the sky. The giant whale was only about 50 to 60 meters long, but its body was riddled with numerous black holes, from which black smoke continuously emanated. On the giant whale's head stood a tall man in black armor, wielding a gigantic sword. "Who are you?" Yu Hong rarely encountered a monster that could speak. He couldn't help but use the night language to communicate. "Heavenly Sun Sect, Protector Li Sun." Heavenly Sun Sect? It was the first time Yu Hong heard this name and wanted to ask more, but the opponent had already entered within a 100-meter range. Immediately, he controlled the Black Phoenix to meet the attack head-on. Screech! The massive phoenix, engulfed in rolling black flames, fiercely swooped towards the giant whale. The phoenix was only over 10 meters long, but with the added black flames surging around it, its momentum was in no way inferior to the giant whale. The two monsters collided instantly. Bang! The Black Phoenix was sent flying on impact, tumbling with a screech, scattering black flames everywhere. The giant whale's speed slightly reduced, still charging towards Yu Hong, about to crash into the spaceship. Yu Hong's expression changed slightly, rapidly channeling True Yuan. His right eye flashed with colored light. Swish! A slender beam of colored light shot forth, hitting the giant whale's head. This time it worked. The light beam pierced through, creating a hole in the giant whale's head. But the black-armored man leaped up, brandishing his giant sword, rolling and flying towards Yu Hong. D. At this distance, the man reached Yu Hong in an instant, striking down at Yu Hong's shoulder with his giant sword. The giant sword swoosh came with a deafening boom, rings of white air currents being compressed and displaced. As the giant sword descended, the rapid speed created a small vacuum in the air surrounding it. The sword's surface, rubbing against the air, even sparked thin red flames. Thunder sounds sky-breaking blade. The black-armored man's entire body surged with black energy, dyeing the giant sword pitch black, sealing off the surrounding space, prohibiting instantaneous movement and teleportation. One deadly strike, right on target. Boom! There was a burst of explosive roaring on the spaceship deck. Everything fell silent. Shhhhhh. Suddenly, a broken black blade, spinning at high speed, flew out of the spaceship, plunging fiercely into the ground below. On the deck, Yu Hong grabbed the giant black blade with one hand, pressing the other onto the black-armored man's forehead. The scene froze. The front half of the giant blade broke off and flew away, disappearing without a trace. The man's head tilted back at a right angle, forehead blasted open with a giant lotus-shaped wound. Is it over? Yu Hong furrowed his brow in confusion, retracting his hand as the man fell backward with a thud, his body beginning to disintegrate into black smoke. Then he looked up at the giant whale floating in midair. Swoosh! The giant whale involuntarily shrank back, its whole body trembling. The next second, it flicked its tail, turned around, and lunged into a black crack, disappearing from sight. So timid? Why even come out to be a black-tide monster? Yu Hong was speechless. Now he finally understood why conscious beings couldn't match the strength of those acting instinctively. Fear and terror inherently weakened their normal strength. Such a big display. I thought it was formidable, but in the end, Yu Hong shook his head. He had actually just wanted to block it initially, but didn't expect that as he blocked, the creature exploded by itself. He hadn't even put in any effort yet. Looking down, he checked the spaceship to ensure that his senior sister's ship was undamaged under his precise control. Yu Hong let out a breath of relief. It must have been severely injured beforehand. By the time it got to me, it was already at its wit's end. After all, the Black Phoenix had also been shattered by it before. Probably shattering the Black Phoenix was its last burst of strength. Only this explanation could justify why it suddenly disappeared at the last moment. Refocusing, Yu Hong took out the talisman from his storage bag to contact his senior sister. True Yuan ignited, and as the talisman slowly burned, a message was sent out. Senior sister, are you done over there? I've finished up here. Almost. These rats are scattering everywhere. So troublesome, He Ying said helplessly. You didn't run into any trouble, did you? I was just ambushed by a human-shaped monster riding a black whale. No problem. I also ran into that one, but it's all resolved. Suddenly charged at me, and when I just blocked, it exploded. Guess it was severely injured somewhere else. Yu Hong said. Severely injured? Well, maybe I stabbed it before leaving. He Ying speculated. Probably. It exploded suddenly. Scared me a bit.
Yuong le guide.
As long as you're fine, I'm coming back soon. We need to meet up with the senior brothers. Okay. Asterisk. 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 Beside the turbid river. Plop. A tall man in black armor, holding a black blade, fell by the riverbank, motionless. Brotherly? What happened to you? The man in black robes lying on the ground looked at his friend in astonishment, not knowing what happened. What was I going to do just now? The man in black armor was weak all over, his face confused. Why does my head hurt so much? You said you were going to avenge me. The man in black robes answered. Really? The man in black armor turned over, looking up at the sky. Did I go? I don't know. The man in black robes was puzzled. I forgot. I forgot too. The man in black armor raised his broken black blade, looking at the half-cut edge. My blade is broken. What mission were we here for again? Mission? The man in black robes started to think. Did we have a mission? Aren't we Black Disaster? Why do we need to do missions? The man in black armor also questioned. Yes, we're Black Disaster. We're free. Why take orders? Yeah, forget the mission. Lying here feels so good. Really so comfortable. The two lay side by side, looking at the sky, their clear eyes gradually turning into confusion and daze. Before long, as the surrounding black worms completely disappeared, black mist appeared beside them, enveloping them and taking them away together. Asterisk. 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 Red stone plain. The vast expanse of blood-red rocks covered the ground. Two spaceships, one black and one white, were floating in mid-air, meeting. On the deck, Bai Shang and He Ying were exchanging the information they had gathered and the spoils of war. Yu Hong and Quan He were standing guard around them, occasionally chatting softly. I was really lucky this time, only encountered opponents I could handle well. Solved the 100-armed giant demon and later picked off some severely injured monsters easily. Yu Hong summarized his training this time. I was just cleaning up some black worms alone. Encountered 2 broodmothers and it took a long time to grind them down. My cultivation is still too weak. Quan He sighed. Don't worry, you're already very fast. Yu Hong comforted her. I'm much slower compared to you. Quan He shook her head. Don't compare yourself to me. I just look fast now. When it comes to stages requiring comprehension, I'll be stuck and unable to move forward. By then, you'll be way faster than me, Yu Hong said sincerely. I'll have to ask you for advice a lot then. You've become more articulate than before. I'll help you more in the future. Quan He smiled. She had indeed noticed Yu Hong's poor comprehension compared to her, so she knew his words were genuine. What are we doing next? Only this plain area needs to be cleaned up. This place is the most troublesome because there are too many deep holes requiring gradual, thorough handling. Bai Shang answered Quan He's question. Next, I'll arrange the divisions here. The plain has 5 large areas, each with many small cave groups. While Bai Shang was arranging the split tasks, Yu Hong suddenly felt a burst of heat in his body. Sensing something, he immediately closed his eyes, sending his consciousness deep into his mind, reaching a corner of his traits. The trait light ball he had fused earlier was now emitting a pure pale golden glow. Clearly, the fusion was complete. Chapter 558. Yu Hong's heart was slightly lifted, with a sense of anticipation, and he slowly floated to the front of the light ball. He reached out and gently touched it. A strand of information was transmitted from within. Fusion successful. Acquired trait. Holy Tiger Type. Holy Tiger Type, a special ability formed by the fusion of the ancient moon god divinity and an unknown force. Your physique has been enhanced 9-fold. Your melee destructive power is automatically amplified 11-fold. Your body and spirit are flawlessly merged, and you possess an unlimited growth foundation. Note: the density of your physique has started to cause a notable shift in the surrounding space gravity. Temporal attribute magic's effect on you is weakened by 10%. Note: every action you take may bring irreversible, powerful destruction. The overall change will affect all other cultivation powers. The series of prompts from the black mark was rarely this overwhelming, indicating that this enhancement likely reached a qualitative change. Its impact was profound. Yu Hong drew out of his mind, carefully sensing the changes in his body. Indeed, upon close examination, he discovered that the previously overflowing golden core true essence within him seemed to have been shrunk and reduced, now only filling a small corner within his body. The rest of his veins and acupoints were completely empty. Evidently, with the enhancement of his physique, the total storage of true essence had greatly increased. Furthermore, the golden core seemed to have undergone subtle changes. Yu Hong felt a stirring within his heart, suddenly opened his mouth, and a golden core slowly emerged from it. He took it out for a look and immediately found out what the issue was. Why is it so large? Quan He, who was beside him, noticed his actions and also saw the golden core in his hand. Yes, Yu Hong nodded. He had also noticed that the golden core had become much larger than before. If it was walnut-sized previously, it was now like a goose egg, at least 2 to 3 times bigger. Our golden cores aren't that large. Bai Sheng and He Ying, who noticed him, approached with surprise. Mine is only egg-sized, He Ying said. Mine is slightly bigger than yours, more like a large egg. Bai Sheng nodded. Maybe because my physique is somewhat different, so the golden core is also slightly different, Yu Hong explained. He couldn't reveal the reason behind his traits since it involved the black mark. From a long time ago, he had decided never to disclose the existence of the black mark. Perhaps that's it. All right, hurry and put it back. The golden core leaving the body impacts yourself greatly. Don't keep spitting it out, Bai Sheng advised. Understood. Yu Hong hurriedly stuffed the golden core back into his mouth. Surprisingly, it tasted sweet and quite nice. Now, his trait was finally fully fused. The appearance of the Holy Tiger type significantly elevated his melee destructive power, reaching a new qualitative change. He hadn't tested the precise effects yet, but the further enhancement of his physique evidently brought new changes to Yu Hong. That is, his golden core true essence was much more abundant than before. The infiltration of the mining star lasted for about 3 days before it was completely and thoroughly cleaned out. Yu Hong followed his senior brother and sister flying around, clearing the black disaster, and swiftly brushed up his proficiency in using the Black Phoenix. Now he could simultaneously control the Black Phoenix and freely release abilities and spells at the same time. After the enhancement of the golden core, he was capable of using the Black Phoenix to solve the 100-armed giant demon within half an hour. After the final cleanup ended, he returned to the safety house and officially began to reinforce and repair the heavy defense belt given by the corrupt traveler. Outside the Black Spirit safety house, the corrupt traveler and Yu Hong stood on the open ground, with a pile of dark green raging bonfire burning on the black mud ground between them. Weren't you missing the final golden core Danqi refinement? I specially brought this most suitable refining material, Cayman Beast Fire, the corrupt traveler explained. In your sect, Qinghe Mountain Golden Core Stage uses this material for one section of the Danqi refinement. It's quite commonly used. The advantage is stability and safety, no side effects. The drawback is mediocrity. It won't bring significant improvement, just standard results. Therefore, whether to use it or not is your choice. I understand. Yu Hong nodded. Of course I'll use it. The safer the breakthrough, the better. As for being mediocre, I don't care. As long as the realm breakthrough is high enough, no matter how mediocre, I can ensure my basic safety. Having personally experienced how difficult cross-realm battles are in Immortal Dao, Yu Hong naturally wouldn't disdain so-called mediocrity. That's good. The corrupt traveler smiled. Finish your last refinement then. After that, I'll take away the beast fire. After refining, reaching golden core perfection, you'll need to consider how to break the pill to form a nascent soul. You can seek advice from your master for details. All right. Thank you, Senior.
Yuhong nodded.
He stepped towards the green flames, one step at a time, walking into them and letting the flames burn his entire body. The green fire appeared to have extremely high temperatures, even causing the surrounding ground to blacken slightly, but upon touching Yuhong's skin, it merely caused a slight reddening of his complexion. Besides this, there were no other changes. Yuhong sat cross-legged in the midst of the fire, the golden core in his dantian glowing with golden light, slowly combating the surrounding green fire, the Dan Qi steadily getting refined through the struggle. The corrupt traveler nodded slightly at the sight, stepped back, and quietly vanished into the darkness. Time passed day by day. Yuhong meditated within the Cayman beast fire, unmoved like a sculpture, and his golden core also gradually became tinged with a hint of green amid the confrontation with the flames. Until the 17th day of the refining. He Ying, Bai Shang, and Yu Shuezi were monitoring this place remotely with their divine senses. Finally, a new change appeared in Yu Hong's body. Crack. His skin unexpectedly revealed countless dense black cracks. As the cracks increased, he slowly started to move and stood up from the flames. Crash. Large pieces of semi-transparent skin fell off from his body. Whoosh. Yu Shuezi, Bai Shang, and He Ying appeared nearby through instantaneous movement, concentrating intensely on Yuhong. This is the elixir shedding. It seems the final refining is almost complete. Late-stage foundation establishment. Zheng Ro truly is. Yu Shuezi's injuries hadn't yet fully healed. Her face was still pale, but it flushed with a hint of red due to the disciples' breakthrough. This was a change brought by happiness. Generally after elixir shedding, it lasts around a week, completing the golden core transformation, and then it's truly golden core perfection. After perfection, one needs to find an opportunity to nurture a spot of innate spiritual light within the golden core, and thereby complete the step of nurturing the primordial embryo. Bai Shang murmured softly. The growth and expansion of the primordial embryo eventually become the nascent soul, breaking the pill. This process generally takes about 3 to 4 years. Of course, our junior brother possesses heavenly talent. It's likely the process will be greatly shortened. Ever since he had been shocked by Yuhong multiple times, he felt no matter what Yuhong might do, he wouldn't be too surprised. A genius, especially an immortal seed-level genius, anything odd happening could be understood. Indeed, it took me 14 years to break the pill into the nascent soul, and that was considered smooth. For our junior brother, I guess at most a year. He Ying nodded in agreement. At this moment, Quan He transformed into a white streak of light, gently landing and revealing herself, swiftly glancing at Yuhong after hearing these words. So that's golden core perfection? She unconsciously bit her lower lip. Just a few days ago, she had just broken through to late-stage foundation establishment and received congratulations from her senior brothers, sisters, and master. Within a few short months, she had broken through 2 realms rapidly, yet, look quickly. It's starting. The golden core is leaving the body, and the heavenly tribulation is about to arrive. Bai Shang's voice suddenly interrupted her complex thoughts. Quan He swiftly looked up, seeing the clouds in the sky dispersing, revealing a large black hole. Outside the hole, in the boundless dark starry sky, a cluster of purple electric light formed a vortex, spinning and aiming at this area. Thunderous booms constantly echoed. An enormous amount of lightning energy far beyond her imagination surged rapidly, compressed, and gathered at the center of the purple electric light vortex. Crack. The next second, a purple electric light as thick as a barrel crashed down, instantly hitting Yuhong's head within the green flames. The electric light split the green flames open, completely extinguishing them, then enveloped Yuhong entirely. The massive electric current frantically invaded his flesh, trying to turn him into charcoal. But Yuhong suddenly opened his eyes and inhaled sharply. His Taoist robe immediately expanded and tore. His body visibly grew taller and larger. Previously he had reached 3 meters, now he directly shot up to 4 meters. Then 5 meters, 6 meters, 7 meters. Until 7 meters, it finally stopped and stabilized completely. At this moment, the purple electric light of the heavenly tribulation seemed nearly consumed, starting to slowly dim and extinguish. Yu Hong looked up at the heavenly tribulation vortex, which gradually faded and disappeared without continuing to strike. Confirming there was no more threat, he breathed a sigh of relief, quickly operated the bone-shrinking technique combined with similar body-compressing spells, shrinking his body. In no time, his body returned to the standard height of about 2 meters. Master, senior brothers, senior sisters, junior sister Quan He, I was fortunate to successfully break through. Yu Hong condensed True Yuan, covering his lower half, and bowed slightly to the group. Congratulations, Zhang Ro. Next you should prepare for the nascent soul breakthrough. Late-stage golden core is already very close to the mana of the nascent soul. Essentially, mana is an ascending force produced by burning golden core true essence. Utilizing this powerful ascending force, we can accomplish many seemingly miraculous feats. Just as humans can use electric currents to create many powerful tools, it's the same principle. Once you reach nascent soul, what you need to do is to refine, engineer, specialize, and professionally utilize your mana comprehensively. Master's words are certainly true, Bai Xing supplemented. In the ancient times, the crude cultivation techniques of the immortal Tao have long been outdated. The refined usage of mana allows you to leverage 100-fold greater power with a single unit of mana. Understanding how to leverage this requires mastering various fields, research results, formulas, and theorems. It's a vast, highly specialized area. I understand. Yu Hong listened with bewilderment and awe. In the era of professional, refined research cultivation, Qinghe Mountain may not be the most supreme force, but we've already increased the probability of breakthrough to the immortal realm by thousands of times from its original. Therefore, research cultivation is a crucial skill you need to grasp next. Yu Shuezi reminded, nodding. Disciple understands? Yu Hong acknowledged, dispersing the green flames around him and nodding respectfully. As long as you understand. Now, what you need to do is prepare thoroughly for breaking the pill to form the nascent soul. The quality of your nascent soul will affect how far and how smoothly you can proceed in your future path, said Yu Shuezi.
D'ici plein d'instants, Yu Hong nodded seriously.
However, when he quickly checked internally, seeing the current condition of his golden core, he was somewhat uncertain how to describe it. At this moment, on his golden core, were densely packed reflections of his 5 facial expressions appearing on the surface. Joy, anger, sorrow, fear, and sympathy. These 5 emotions protruded from the golden core's surface, covering the whole, making it seem both eerie and harmonious. Chapter 559. After breaking through to the late golden core stage and entering the perfect state, this good news gave Yu Shuezi and his disciples a strong boost of morale. After the breakthrough, Yu Shuezi repaired the leaking array points all over, and everything quickly returned to tranquility. Yu Hong also resumed his daily routine of greeting and cultivating. However, the corrupt traveler elder who said he would come to reclaim the beast fire has not appeared since he mysteriously disappeared that day. He wandered several times in the underground tunnel but could not find the inexplicably appearing black hole. The black mark started repairing the heavy defense belt and could not be used for anything else. Yu Hong could only focus on his cultivation. He went to the life well every day, absorbing a large amount of vitality. Thus, more than a month slowly passed. Knock, knock. Come in. Bai Shang's voice came from a side hall of the Wanchua Palace. Yu Hong pushed the door and entered, looking inside. The side hall was all white, with thick white jade bricks laid on the ground, each carved with intricate ceiling talisman arrays. A sculpture resembling a winged dolphin stood in the center. Under the sculpture was a large black square table with good wine and dishes set up. Bai Shang sat at the table. Junior brother, have a seat. He pointed to the seat opposite him. Is there no one else? Yu Hong asked. Just the 2 of us, Bai Xing nodded. I invited you here because I received some news a few days ago. What news? Yu Hong sat down, picked up a cup of wine on the table, and drank it lightly. The absolute balance floating city you visited before has a problem, Bai Sheng said in a deep voice. It is said that a war broke out, a large-scale battle. Yu Hong's hand, which was about to pour a second cup of wine, trembled slightly. Of course, the absolute balance floating city is far away, and it will take quite some time to get there. But the situation is true. I told you early so you have extra time to prepare. I heard you have friends there. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. Yu Hong poured wine and toasted Bai Sheng. Speaking of which, you've been on the mining star for quite some time. How do you feel? Is it boring? Bai Sheng sighed. Actually, it's not bad. Yu Hong shook his head. Secretly, senior Uncle Feng Shuezi and the corrupt traveler elder were still holding back the black tide. How could he find it boring? He only felt a sense of crisis. The black tide has been held back for now, blocked outside the array. Now all external passages are blocked. Even if you want to leave through source disaster or wind disaster, you might need to wait for the right time. But typically, the black tide's invasion lasts over a year and then recedes, so you don't need to worry, Bai Sheng comforted. It's just a bit strange that the interval between this black tide and the last seems off. Yu Hong didn't speak. Of course, it didn't match. His repairing of the red sky fruit prematurely triggered the black tide's counterattack. This time, the intensity would certainly be greater than before. My senior sister and I have long lost our parents and family. They did not attain immortality and have long turned to dust. So now our master is our family, and now you are part of it too. We see you and Quan He as new siblings. So if you have any troubles or anything, don't worry, don't hide it. Just tell us directly. We will not refuse any help if we can provide it, Bai Sheng said. It was evident that Bai Sheng had recently noticed Yu Hong's concerns. Since learning that Feng Shuezi was secretly supporting the overall situation, Yu Hong's sense of urgency had subtly manifested in his daily cultivation and interactions. After the daily greetings in Wanchua Palace, everyone would slightly discuss their recent cultivation state. Any doubts could be directly and quickly resolved. Bai Sheng had clearly noticed something. Senior brother, I understand. Yu Hong nodded. Actually, it's not a big issue. It's just... He hesitated. If Yu Shuezi's consciousness was sealed and unable to know any truth about Wanchua Palace, what about Bai Sheng and Heiying? He pondered for a moment and decided to try. It's just that recently, I discovered something. What is it? Tell me. You are now Wanchua Palace's greatest hope. Any trouble must be swiftly resolved to avoid affecting your progress. Bai Sheng joked. Their cultivation often spans several years, decades, or even centuries. After reaching the nascent soul stage, some even cultivated for tens of thousands of years to reach the nascent soul late-stage perfection, stuck at that stage without progress. And Yu Hong, in such a short time, was about to break through to the nascent soul stage. Such speed was simply terrifying. And Quan He also was about to reach the golden core stage. Although his speed was slightly slower than Yu Hong's, it far exceeded that of Bai Sheng and Heiying. In the past, Bai Sheng and Heiying hadn't deeply understood why their master always sighed when mentioning the immortal seed or master uncle. But now he had some feelings about it. Senior brother, have you noticed any changes around Qinghe Mountain outside Wanchua Palace? Yu Hong tentatively spoke out. Changes? Bai Sheng showed a puzzled expression. Qinghe Mountain's main sect is extremely far away from our star system. Without a space gate or long-distance stargate jump, we can't contact them. It's a distance measured in light years, crossing star array formations. I understand what you mean, senior brother, but doesn't it make you wonder why no one from Qinghe Mountain has come to hand over duties for such a long time? Yu Hong asked. Do you mean something happened to Qinghe Mountain? Bai Sheng laughed. I too thought that way before. But have you considered, if something happened to Qinghe Mountain, could any of us here be spared from disaster? Yu Hong frowned and was silent for a moment. That's because someone behind the scenes is helping us resist the star disaster. Behind the scenes? Bai Sheng's expression slightly changed as he spoke. You, junior brother, have you come into contact with something? Senior brother. Recently, I came across someone called Feng Shuezi. Yu Hong directly said. It's him. Unexpectedly, Bai Shang didn't miss a beat and even slapped the table. Wasn't he with a guy called Corrupt as well? Telling you they are the true protectors of Wanchua Palace?
Yu Hong blinked.
What was going on here? Could it be that Bai Shang already knew the truth? Let me tell you. Sigh. Bai Shang sighed deeply. Master Uncle Feng Shuezi was indeed a top genius in our Wanchua Palace lineage, once appreciated by the Heavenly Venerate and taken as a disciple, successfully reaching the golden immortal cultivation. At that time, our Wanchua Palace was incredibly prestigious and powerful. But good times never last. He shook his head slightly, poured a drink, and took a sip, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the table. In one battle against the Star Disaster, Master Uncle Feng Shuezi had an accident. It was said that he was eroded by the Black Disaster, but in truth, he was tragically eroded by the most mysterious heart disaster, which drastically changed his personality. To the outside world, he claimed that Wanchua Palace had long been destroyed, and he had been secretly combating everything to protect everything. Sigh. At that time, the Heavenly Venerate hadn't disappeared and had tried many times to save him, but unfortunately, wasn't able to pull him out of those absurd illusions. In the end, Feng Shuezi's teacher, Heavenly Rainbow Long Light Venerable, had no choice but to seal him in the dark side of Wanchua Palace, watched over by Master Yu Shuezi. But even so, he frequently appeared on the Mining Star with his friend Golden Immortal Fu Bai. Bai Shang's words left Yu Hong stunned. Wait a minute, senior brother. May I ask, what is the heart disaster? This was the first time he had heard of it. It's the source of the heart demon, endless illusions, the most terrifying and powerful of all star disasters. Bai Shang sighed. Why do you say that? From what I know, light disaster, spirit disaster, wind disaster, black disaster, and cold disaster all seem to be on par. So why is the heart disaster the strongest? Yu Hong asked out of curiosity. He was growing more curious, wondering whether Bai Shang or Master Uncle Feng Shuezi held the real truth. He still leaned towards Master Uncle Feng Shuezi for now. Do you know that in this world, to reach a goal, one must distinguish between the right and wrong paths? Bai Shang explained. The correct paths are few while the wrong ones are numerous. Whether it's a living error or a non-living error, as long as there's change, there will be errors. The stronger the correct path, the countless errors combined will certainly be far stronger. These endless mighty errors accumulate into the conceptual heart disaster. Bai Shang took another sip of wine. You usually can't feel the heart disaster, but once it appears, it silently guides you towards the wrong direction. Every time you face choices and crossroad moments, once the heart disaster shows up, the incorrect options would greatly increase. And if you choose incorrectly 3 times in a row, you'd gradually fall into an unknown illusion. This illusion is naturally derived from within you, and not even the Heavenly Venerate can reverse it. Wouldn't this fundamentally change a person? Yu Hong was shocked. Exactly. Once trapped in the heart disaster illusion, a person is essentially ruined. They will see right as wrong and see everything they do as what they hope to see. Bai Shang nodded. That's exactly what happened to Master Uncle Feng Shuezi. Furthermore, the heart disaster has another characteristic. The more people believe in it, the stronger it becomes, eventually replacing reality. So, if you encounter Master Uncle Feng Shuezi, don't believe a single word. Yu Hong was speechless. He fell into silence for a moment. Suddenly, he thought of a key point. Then, if Qinghe Mountain is fine, why aren't they coming to rescue us from this siege? Is there no way to send an alert to the main sect? Of course, there is. Some time ago, Master already reported the situation. The response was that someone will come to relieve us soon, and that we should hold out for a bit. This unexpected change in the black tide surely startled them as well, so they planned to send someone to investigate. Previously, they barely responded to our reports, but this time they quickly stated they'll come. Bai Shang stroked his chin. This left Yu Hong truly at a loss for words. Whether it was true or false would be clear when the people from the main sect arrived. But don't worry about Master Uncle. Although he may be insane, His heart has always been good and he would never harm us. Bai Sheng added. I understand. Yu Hong was bewildered when he left Wanshua Palace, his head filled with thoughts of heart disaster, warnings, illusions, errors. But when he returned to the black spirit, closed the door, and felt the cold, real sensation of the recovery necklace on his neck, he instantly sobered up. Forget it, it doesn't matter if it's true or false. Strengthening the defense belt and acquiring treasures is the real deal. The benefits at hand are practical. As for the truth, when the people from the main sect arrive, everything will be clear. Chapter 560. Putting aside Bai Sheng's argument, Yu Hong sat cross-legged and began to meditate. This time, however, mere minutes into his meditation, an inexplicable heat sensation quickly spread from his right eye. Before he could use his inner vision to check the situation, suddenly, a half-transparent giant white tiger with twin wings appeared around him, enveloping him within. Roar! The twin-winged white tiger roared deeply, its countless black eyes opening and shining with purple light. In an instant, an indescribable sense of euphoria surged from Yu Hong's heart. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, every pore on his body opened at this moment, inhaling and exhaling the energy particles from the outside vacuum. At this time, the black mark's prompt came belatedly. Chaotic God Sky I skill cultivation perfected. You have obtained the trait, Illusion God. Illusion God grants 50% illusion resistance. Enhances illusion effect by 500% when cultivating illusion techniques. Yu Hong's initial joy cooled upon seeing this trait. What use does this ability have? Wait! Suddenly, his emotions soared like a roller coaster. Isn't the Qingwei heart technique that I've been cultivating an illusion technique? Directly enhancing the effect by 5 times? Amazing! Because Lu Xian conflicted with the chaotic God Sky Eye skill, he had initially chosen to cultivate the Qingwei heart technique, constantly yielding to the chaotic God Sky Eye. Now that this martial art had finally reached its end, the newly obtained trait greatly enhanced the Qingwei heart technique. Yu Hong immediately began to actively cultivate the introductory stage of the Qingwei heart technique. As long as he actively cultivated it once, the Dao Breath Thunder Transfer would automatically include it in the auto-cultivation range. Then, without the black mark continuously integrating traits, Yu Hong went to the book collection pavilion to choose a new cultivation technique. This time, he no longer chose an ordinary mortal martial technique. He understood that while mortal martial techniques yield traits quickly, constant integration is required to achieve a useful effect. However, higher-level techniques like the chaotic God Sky Eye skill, once fully cultivated, yield traits far superior to ordinary ones. Just like Illusion God, the newly obtained trait initially was almost on par with the previously integrated giant tiger form. The cost of integrating traits with the black mark was actually a significant hidden expense. Selecting from the rows in the book collection pavilion. This time, Yu Hong went straight to the high martial section. Unlike mortal martial techniques, high martial techniques are superior in power and cultivation time but not as advanced as immortal martial techniques. Yu Hong prided himself on having the talent trait of an innate body, which greatly shortens the cultivation time, allowing him to select higher-level techniques confidently. On the high martial section shelves, a variety of sword techniques, stick techniques, and even unique shield skills using shields were available. Soon, he saw the time-splitting sword technique that senior sister Hei Ying was cultivating. Unexpectedly, such an impressive sword technique was merely a high martial technique. Yu Hong picked it up and browsed through it. Time-splitting sword technique divides oneself into different time phases, with power fluctuating in each phase. It comprises 16 forms. At the highest level, it can forcibly alter an enemy's time phase, trapping them in their weakest state forever while adjusting oneself to always maintain the strongest state, freezing time at the peak strength moment. Incredible!
Yu Hong précède.
No wonder Hei Ying's single sword strike was so powerful. It permanently solidified her peak moment of strength. But this sword technique was not suitable for him. He preferred techniques that ensured safety, not these aggressive, slaying high martial techniques. Returning the manual, Yu Hong diverted his attention from weapon techniques. Although weapons can enhance power, they also pose a drawback. Once the weapon is lost, one's strength is significantly weakened. Therefore, the best techniques are those involving fists, palm skills, and leg techniques that do not rely on external items. Moreover, the chaotic God Sky Eye skill has laid a good foundation for me. I can continue to improve by cultivating stronger eye techniques. Soon, his gaze settled on a row of specially categorized manuals. 3 Elements Divine Light, Thousand Eyes Fixed Light Scripture, Soul-Locking Divine Eyes, 3-Eyed Chaos Record, Heavenly Eye Skill, 9 Revolutions Void Scripture. A total of 6 high martial eye techniques were in the same category. These few manuals, being so few in number, were combined and placed at the end section of the Secret Chapter Technique Manual area. Yu Hong picked them up and briefly flipped through them. Soon he understood the directions of these 6 high martial eye techniques. 3 Elements Divine Light trains one's gaze into a pure laser-like weapon. The drawback is the need to train with eyes closed for many years. Thousand Eyes Fixed Light Scripture opens thousands of true eyes on the body, forming an array to paralyze and control enemies, rendering them immobile. This is purely a controlling flow technique. Soul-Locking Divine Eyes has a similar effect but works by briefly separating an enemy's body and soul to control them. The remaining 3 techniques focus on penetrating insight, identifying enemy weak points and fatal spots. Without much deliberation, Yu Hong chose the 3 Elements Divine Light. The chaotic God Sky Eye skill follows a path of destructive power. Thus, further reinforcing this direction with the 3 Elements Divine Light would achieve twice the result with half the effort. He tried it out, but high martial arts could only cultivate 1 technique at a time. The number of involved meridians and acupoints far exceeded mortal martial arts, making simultaneous cultivation impossible. Thus, he returned to the black spirit with the 3 Elements Divine Light and began a new round of arduous cultivation. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye more than 2 months had passed. The countdown for the heavy defense belt had also mostly elapsed. But the corrupt traveler and Feng Shuezi still hadn't shown up, and Yu Hong faintly felt that his golden core was becoming larger. Now, inside his body it was almost as large as a watermelon. Moreover, there were increasingly numerous faces on the surface, even starting to show some strange dynamic phenomena. He didn't know whether this situation was normal or abnormal. He scoured the classical books, but didn't find anyone's golden core looking like this nonsense. Yu Hong suspected it was related to the cultivation technique he was practicing and the transplanted outer eye. And there were a whole bunch of random traits that surely had a significant impact. Just as he hesitated, planning to ask his master what was going on with his golden core, a somewhat shocking piece of news came from Wanshua Palace. The news was transmitted via Divine Sense by Senior Sister He Ying, and the content was, the main sect of Qinghe Mountain had really sent someone inside the black spirit. Yu Hong frowned and woke up from his cultivation, the white light on his body dissipating. The main sect of Qinghe Mountain has really sent someone? He had originally fully believed that Bai Shang and the others were deceived by the array, and that the true situation lay with Feng Shuezi. After all, people from the floating city had also said similar things like Qinghe Mountain had long been extinct. But now, what was going on? Junior brother, come quickly. The envoy this time is a senior sister from the spiritual palace. She must be the type you like. Bai Shang's transmitted voice also sounded in Yu Hong's ear. He stood up speechlessly. The Qingwei heart technique had reached the 3rd layer of the 1st realm. The illusion human realm was the highest level below the immortal, with the subsequent parts being those imagined and deduced by the creator ancestor, which couldn't be taken seriously. Now, after cultivating for 2 months, he had successfully cultivated the Qingwei heart technique to the 2nd layer. The mist heaven magical power produced was highly compatible with his dual eyes. With the compatibility of the innate body and the dual eyes, plus the blessing of the illusion god's trait, Qingwei heart technique was being cultivated incredibly smoothly by Yu Hong. In at most half a month, I can cultivate to perfection in the 3rd layer and complete the 1st illusion human realm, then break the pill to form a nascent soul. Yu Hong now had a feeling that at the moment he perfected the illusion human realm, it would be the crucial step for breaking the pill to form a nascent soul. This strong feeling came from nowhere. The innate body had allowed him to cultivate up to now without encountering a single decent bottleneck. Truly a divine trait. First, let's see if this envoy is real or fake. Yu Hong believed he had a 50% resistance to illusions, and combined with the Qingwei heart technique's strong resistance to hallucinations, he should be able to determine the authenticity of the visitor. Without delay, he rose, changed into a clean Taoist robe, tidied his appearance slightly, opened the door, and flashed to the entrance of Wanshua Palace. By now, 2 rows of mechanical greeters in Taoist robes were already lined up outside the gate. Red carpets were laid on the ground, and incense seemed to have been lit around, instantly elevating the ambience considerably. Yu Hong sensed the atmosphere inside the palace, quickened his pace, and entered the palace gate. Soon, he arrived at the Frost Palace in the main hall, where he saw his master and senior brothers receiving the envoy. Several people were sitting upright, all eyes focused on a young woman with black hair in a green robe sitting in the first seat on the left. The woman's long hair was coiled high, fixed with a green branch, holding a simple horsetail whisk in one hand, wearing a smiling face that was slightly chubby and a somewhat full figure. Come, Zheng Ro, let me introduce you. This is Senior Sister Qian Rong from the Spiritual Palace of the main sect, the special envoy here to assess the situation. Yu Shuezi warmly introduced. Senior Sister Qian Rong is still young, only 300 years old, but has already stepped into the Mahayana realm. The immortal realm is in sight. Even in the talent-filled main sect, she is a rare genius immortal seed. You give too much credit, Uncle Master Yu Shui. Compared to those senior brothers and sisters in the main sect, Qian Rong still has a long way to go. My modest cultivation is not worth mentioning. The woman warmly smiled and responded. Zheng Ro greets Senior Sister Qian Rong. Yu Hong stepped forward and saluted. Mahayana realm, only 300 years old. He couldn't help but glance at Bai Shang and Heiying on the side. The two had expressions of apparent distress, clearly having been compared unfavorably by their master. No wonder they were in a hurry to call him over. Yu Hong immediately understood, realizing he was brought here to share the pressure. Without pointing it out, he took his seat as arranged by Yu Shuezi. Then he quietly listened to Yu Shuezi and the other side discuss the anomalies appearing on the surrounding planets recently. Please rest assured, Uncle Master, Qingyu Cave has already taken note of this anomaly. They will dispatch the second batch of inspection envoys soon to resolve this sudden star disaster problem. Qian Rong assured. The specific time won't exceed half a year. That would be great. Yu Shuezi looked relieved. Strangely enough, this is the first time such a situation has occurred since our sect severed the time and space. Logically, our traces outside should have long been erased by the Holy River. The star disaster shouldn't actively seek us out. It's unclear if it's due to the impending Great Annihilation or some other factor triggering a chain reaction. Qian Rong pondered with a frown. Perhaps this is the price of constant evasion. Yu Shuezi sighed. Some things can't be avoided by hiding. On the side, Yu Hong listened with narrowed eyes, initially thinking he would catch some flaws in the other party's words. But the more he listened, the more he felt that this side might also be real. What was going on?